77th session of the Senate in the second regular session of the 19th Congress is hereby called to order. Chair would like to recognize the Honorable Senator Lauren Legarda for the Chamber's prayer. Ma'am, you are recognized.
Mic test. Heavenly Father, we praise you, we adore you, we worship. Without you, we are nothing. We thank you for this wonderful day that you have granted us, and we thank you for the good health each and every one of us is blessed with. We ask forgiveness for the things we have done and those we have failed to do, for we are only human. Today we seek wisdom and discernment so that we may be able to serve our mandate properly, serve the people with the best of our abilities. Our work is a reflection of your values. Lord, make us your instruments for fulfilling our purpose here on earth. Grant us wisdom, grant us clarity, but above all, grant us humility and kindness. Kindness that pierces through all evil, kindness that shines over darkness, kindness that fills our hearts full. We ask this in the name of our Jesus Christ. Amen.
Secretary, may please call the roll.
Roll call of members. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, Senator Zubiri, the Senate President.
With 23 senators physically present, the chair hereby declares the presence of a quorum. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we defer with approval of the Journal of the 76th Session, Tuesday, May 21st, 2024, at a later hour, Mr. President.
There is a motion. Hearing none, same is approved.
Mr. President, before we proceed with the item scheduled on third reading, Mr. President, and with the permission of the body, I move that we proceed with the Senate President's designation of the Senate Conference to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the Disagreeing Provisions of Senate Bill 2593 and House Bill 9648, both pertaining to the new Government Procurement Act. I so move, Mr. President.
There is a motion. Hearing none, same is hereby approved. Upon prior consultation, Chair hereby designates as members of the Senate panel of the Bicameral Conference Committee on the Disagreeing Provisions of Senate Bill number 2593 and House Bill number 9648 on the new Government Procurement Act the following: Senator Sani Angara as chairperson, Senator Nancy Binay, Senator Lauren Legarda, Senator Joel Villanueva, and Senator Risa Ontiveros on the part of the minority. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, again, with the permission of the body, I move that we proceed to the Senate President's designation of the Senate conferees to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the Disagreeing Provisions of Senate Bill 2528 and House Bill 4122, both pertaining to the bills amending and adding new sections of the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997 or the VAT on digital transactions. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, same is approved. Upon prior consultation and authority given by the minority, the chair hereby designates the following members as members of the Senate conferees to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the Disagreeing Provisions of Senate Bill number 2528 and House Bill number 4122 as follows: Senator Win Gatchalian as chairperson, Senator Lauren Legarda, Senator Pia Cayetano, and Senator Angara as members, and on the part of the minority, Senator Coco Pimentel. So ordered.
Mr. President, before we vote on the bills scheduled today on third reading, this representation would like to acknowledge several guests in the gallery. Mr. President. And with your permission and the permission of the body, guests of Senator Risa Ontiveros, Kidapawan Bishop Jose Colin Bagaforo of Caritas Philippines, Father Albert Delvo of the Catholic Educational Association of the Philippines, former Secretary Teresita Quintos Deles, together with dozens of religious and civil society leaders under the Simbahan at Comunidad Laban sa Chacha and No to Chacha Network. And Justice Antonio Carpio is likewise present, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'm being distracted by the minority. I have a list here, Mr. President. Former Congressman Larry is likewise here. Mr. President, guests of Senator Grace Poe, Mr. Rahul Segal, Director International Advocacy Soy Dog Foundation International, Faisal Jalil, Manager International Advocacy, Attorney Heidi Marquez Kagiwa, President Animal Kingdom Foundation, Tony Inting Campaigns, Manager Animal Kingdom Foundation, and Dr. Ray Del Napoles, Lead Consultant of the Animal Health and Disaster Response. Guests of Senator Bato de la Rosa, 24 student leaders of Cor Jesu College, Digos City, headed by June Ray De Quina and Simeon Batulanon, Mr. President. And guests of Senator Lauren Ligarda from the National Museum, Deputy Director General Jorel Ligaspi, Ms. Marites Tauro of the National Museum, Dr. Emmanuel Calairo, may kababayan from Cavite of the National Historical Commission of the Philippines, former Chairman Edwin Ginto of the Bacoor Tourism Head, Dr. Bacoor Historical Society, the National Commission for Culture and Arts, Deputy Executive General Marichu Trillano. Mr. President, with the consent of the body,
Before that, Majority Leader, I also saw Congressman Nery Colmenares. If that is him, malabo ng konti yung mata ko. Malugod kong binabati ang pagdalo ng ating mga bisita, pinangalanan man o hindi, sa inyong pagdalo dito sa aming sesyon at
of the bills are indeed non-compliant with the technical requirements such as road length, land area, population, etc. And that was the reason behind, Mr. President, this representation's position during that time not to go through with the third reading of certain measures. In fact, if you would recall during that time, the local bills of Bacoor, local bills from Bataan were actually approved. But several bills were put on hold, Mr. President. And so, may I just ask, Mr. President, as we are to vote now on third reading, these 11 local bills, we wanted to find out if we were able to now get the approval or the nod or the criteria being asked of these measures to comply why we are now about to vote on these particular measures, Mr. President.
Majority Leader may respond.
Mr. President, since these are local bills and pursuant to the pertinent provision of the Constitution, the origination clause. Mr. President, this representation would hold that most of the bills were distributed and vetted not just by the appropriate Senate committee, but even by our Secretariat, that it has complied indeed with the several requirements enunciated by the good gentleman from Bulacan, the length, the applicable district engineering office, as well as the realistic requirements of whether there is really a need to create a district engineering district in an appropriate legislative district. Mr. President, most of the bills here would be a mirror image of some newly created legislative districts. And it has been the administrative dicta that in every legislative district there should be an appropriate district engineering district, Mr. President. So in answer to the query of the good gentleman from Bulacan, I think we have, the bills have complied thoroughly with the requirements, and the good sponsor here, the chairman of the Committee on Public Works, Senator Ramon Bong Revilla, did his work in finalizing and thoroughly scrutinizing the measures under consideration for third reading, Mr. President.
Thank you, Majority Leader, Mr. President. But may I also find out from the body if there were changes from the time we had that all-members caucus? Because I also feel that it is important to note that during the all-members caucus, we agreed that this measure should comply. And so perhaps the more important question on the floor, Mr. President, is whether or not all these 11 local bills complied with the requirements, technical requirements such as road length, land area, population, etc., which we all agreed upon, Mr. President, during the all caucus. I would just like to put that on record, because if they are, if these local bills complied already, Mr. President, I have no problem voting for it. And that's the reason why I am standing here today, because if they did not comply, then I will not vote for it, Mr. President.
With the permission of the Majority Leader, the presumption, good gentleman from the Bulacan, is that it is. Because it went through the regular procedure established by the good former chairman of the Committee on Rules, wherein, as I remember, we made sure that all bills will go through the Secretariat, the Deputy Secretary General in particular, for bills, to review their compliance and to make sure that it is not in conflict with any provision of the law. And we did not change anything with respect to that. Now, as to the assertion of the gentleman that there was a majority caucus to that effect, at the end of the day, Mr. President, Your Honor, this on third reading, and each individual member will be casting his or her individual vote in favor or against the measure, given that this will be a roll call vote. And thirdly, whatever concerns the Minority Leader had, at the end of the day, it was approved on second reading during the good gentleman's watch, and my assumption is the Minority Leader allowed it because it complied with the requirements imposed by law. So I hope the good gentleman can be furnished with a copy. I think it's on the table or sent through email in order to adjudge if he's satisfied with the same and will vote for or against. I hope the gentleman is satisfied, Mr.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I would like to be satisfied, Mr. President, with the answers and explanation being given to us by the Majority Leader and the Senate President. I just wanted to put on record once again, Mr. President, hindi nga po compliant sila after mapasa natin yung second reading, kaya po doon sa caucus, sabi po, hindi natin ipapasa. So ang tanong ko lang naman po, kung nag-comply na po ba, nagbago na po ba? Because I'm sure when we had that meeting, we informed the stakeholders, especially the local authors, the congresspersons, that we indeed wanted them to comply with the requirements of the DPWH. The only reason, Mr. President, why I'm standing here today is so that I will be able to vote on the right path, Mr. President, na hindi magagalit ang ating mga kongresista, hindi rin magagalit ang ating ehekutibo. Mr. President, let me point out that in the President's veto message nito pong nakaraang March, may mga local bills po na vinito ng Pangulo. At doon po sa veto message ng ating Pangulo, naka-highlight po doon, Mr. President, and I quote, "The importance of faithful compliance with the functional criteria and technical requirements should not be wholly disregarded." I just want to put that on record and caution our members. And if there is, Mr. President, indeed compliance on the part of these local bills, then I would vote for it. Thank you very much, especially
Thank
for
you.
understanding, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Villanueva. According to the Secretariat, they are in compliance. And for the information of the body and our invited guests as well, we did not change anyone from the officers of the Senate, from the Secretary, from the Deputy Secretary, which we cannot, the Sergeant at Arms, we did not change anything. So it's the same procedures during the term of the good gentleman from Bulacan when he was chairman of the Rules Committee that we are adopting, since it was a good system to follow too.
Yes.
Senate President Zubiri is
Yes, with the
recognized.
permission of the Majority Floor Leader. Yes, Senate President. I just want to find out, I'm not going to delay the proceedings, I just want to find out, point of inquiry, what were the recent local bills that were vetoed by the President? Maybe be informed by the Majority Leader. Maybe you can ask for a minute suspension just to ask. So just be clarified. Are there also creations of districts, engineering districts? Maybe find out, please.
Yes.
For the record.
Before suspending, Chair would like to place on record my view that I think we are seeing a healthy system of checks and balances whether there's a veto or not. If at all that it's the first time some measures are being vetoed, then that means that Congress is independent of the executive. Na hindi nag-uusap, hindi nagkukonsyabahan, kaya kami nabivito eh. Sa totoo lang, sa mahabang panahon, alam niya ng mga matagal na sa Senado, walang nabivito na measure. Kasi masipag tumutok sa mga panukalang batas ang PLLO at bago pa mapasa, na ibibigay na yung pahayag at opinion ng executive bago pa man maging third reading. Ngayon, na may mga batas na panukalang batas na nabivito, patunay na hindi nadidiktahan ng ehekutibo ang Kamara at ang Kamara may sariling panindigan at pananaw kung ano yung mga dapat maging batas. Hindi lang sumasang-ayon ang ehekutibo kaya binivito niya. May I get the list, ma'am?
I have here with me, Mr. President, if I may. I can share it with the body, Mr. President. HB number 1028, an act converting the Sawang Macalas Road in the municipality of Romblon, province of Romblon, into a national road and appropriating funds therefore. HB number 1029, an act converting the road stretching from Barangay Tugis, municipality of Odyongan to Barangay Tugdan, municipality of Alcantara, all in the province of Romblon into a national road and appropriating funds therefore. HB number 1030, an act converting the road stretching from Sitio Bolinganay, Barangay Panique, municipality of Odjongan to Sitio Cabaliwan, Barangay Batchawan, municipality of San Agustin in the province of Romblon. HB number 1031, an act converting the Sablayan Agpanabat Bagakay Road, a section of the Romblon Circumferential Road into a national road and appropriating funds therefore. Mr. President, may I just put on record, I agree with the veto message of the President when it mentioned that these measures did not comply with the functional criteria and technical requirements. I feel bad that I vote for it and I didn't get the chance to check on whether or not they complied. And that is why in the all members caucus last time, we made mention that we will comply this time and make sure that these local bills that we're going to tackle and put on third reading have actually complied with the requirements. So that's all I'm saying, Mr. President. And again, I am here to make sure that my vote will matter and that I would do my best in ensuring that I know everything and the information is available, unlike before, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President.
President,
Prior to recognizing the minority floor
before we,
leader, I assured the good gentleman from Bulacan that None of the bills we will be approving on third reading pertain to road conversion.
If I may add, yes, Mr.
Not a single one. The minority
There
floor leader
there is a
recognized-
request to suspend, but before we suspend, should the chair grant it, so that the period of suspension will be productive, can I also ask that during the period of suspension, can we find out ano ba talaga, compliant or non-compliant? Because there's a claim na may non-compliant, the Senate President says they are all compliant, informed by the Secretariat. So may we know the real factual status, no? Because if I remember correctly, merong nga mga technical requirements na provided by the DPWH na hindi ata na-comply. But ang justification nun, since this is action of Congress, we can choose to create and not comply. But before Congress approves, may member na nagtatanong which are non-compliant with the technical requirements. So let's make the period of suspension productive, Mr. President, by finding out.
To clarify, Minority Leader, if I get it correctly as well, mention was made about compliance with requirements, how long the road is,
Yes,
how wide the road is, and the veto of the President. All of these, Minority Floor Leader, in my response to the gentleman from Bulacan, pertain to conversion of roads. We are not approving any conversion of roads in the bills we will be approving on third reading. We are approving mostly creation of
Yes, meron din po kasing, Mr. President, meron din kasing technical requirements dyan eh. So, yun lang yung tanong. May yun yung tanong kasi there is a claim na can we just find out during the period of suspension? Anyway, isususpend yun rin po yata eh. So,
before suspending, let me just say this on the record. We approved this on second reading. It went through the committee. The committee secretary, and this is a new creation, under the Rules Committee of then Majority Floor Leader Joel Villanueva, that all bills, even if approved by the committee, have to pass through the metal, which is a good system, of the committee through the bills and index. And it did pass through the metal, not only in the committee, not only in the review of the bills and index, but also by the body on second reading. This is the third time we will be asking if at all those questions. I will suspend the session for that, but kindly just note the process that it has gone through already. Session suspended.
Mr. President,
suspended na.
That's the reason why we had the
Upon discussions with the Secretariat, I'd like to inform the gentleman from Bulacan the facts as relayed to me. These bills were approved by the committee in September 2023 and later on approved in plenary on December 11, 2023. However, the DPWH answered the query of both the committee and Senator Villanueva as Majority Floor Leader with respect to whether or not this was compliant or not. The answer was given on March 18. No, rather, received on March 18, 2024. Therefore, these requirements were not taken into account both by the committee and by plenary when it voted on second reading, but upon review by the Secretariat of the 10 local bills seeking to create a legislative engineering district in various places of the country, 2 are compliant with the guidelines set forth by the DPWH, namely House Bill number 7553 and House Bill number 8133. May I now ask what the pleasure of the good gentleman from Bulacan is.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for that very important information that you gave us, Mr. President, that would guide each and every one of us in voting for third reading. With that, Mr. President, considering that House Bill number 7553 and House Bill number 8133 complied with the requirements set forth by the Department of Public Works and Highways, I would move, Mr. President, that we take these 2 bills up initially, and I would like to put on record that I am voting for it in compliance with the veto message also given to us by no less than our President Bongbong Marcos. Thank you,
The
Mr.
points
President.
of the good gentleman from Bulacan are well taken. Majority leaders directed to proceed with the third reading only of House Bill number 7553 and House Bill number 8133.
My dear Senate President. if I may.
Yes, Senate President Zubiri?
Yes, and not to rain on the parade of the other congressmen that are trying to pass their engineering districts, maybe we can just withhold approval on third reading of the rest until they're compliant. And once the DPWH writes us maybe in a month's time, in 2 months' time that they're compliant, we can take it up again for third reading, if that's possible.
Of course, that is possible, Senate President Zubiri, because all we're doing is deferring third reading approval. It will remain with the Secretariat, and as soon as it is compliant,
Yeah.
we will schedule it for third reading approval. I first have to bang the gavel with my order. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, before I move for a suspension, Mr. President, I still maintain my submission that no amount of administrative circular, administrative order emanating from an executive agency can curtail the plenary powers of the Congress, Mr. President. And number 2, even if executive orders were issued, they cannot be given retroactive effect to supplant the powers of Congress. My submission should be placed on the records, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move for a
Thank
minute
you, Mr.
suspension.
President. May I just
Julie,
put on record, Mr. President, that I totally agree with the 2 points raised by the Majority Leader. I totally agree and I support his position, Mr. President. Thank you.
Julie noted the remarks of both gentlemen, but at the end of the day, it is the plenary of the Senate that is absolute and has supreme power to decide on these matters, and we have so decided already. Senator Cayetano, gentleman from the gig, you may proceed, sir.
Just to agree with the Senate President and to amend the proposal of the former Senate President that we withhold action until they comply, or they justify. Because, Mr. President, there are two kinds of rules. Policy, which we can override with legislation, and then, for example, if it violates the Constitution, we cannot override that. So I'll give you an example. When we were young congressmen, Senator Subiri, yourself, and me, I think you could not pass a law creating a school unless it's 5,000 square meters lot area available. But in Metro Manila, there were a lot of needs for schools na wala ng 5,000 square. So pinayagan through law, despite the objection of DepEd. So DepEd objected as to a technicality na 3,000 square lang yan, 4,000. But the congressman justified it that, no, we will build 5 stories, 10 stories. So just an example that is clear here. Batanes has a engineering district. If Batanes was applying now, it would not qualify sa dami ng roads. But because it was able to justify na malayo kami, and just to clarify, I think we're all in agreement now, but just to clarify that there are certain situations that the requirements of the committee itself or the House or the department, we are not disregarding it, but we are overruling it if we consciously do it that way. So we may either ask them to submit as is or consciously disregard it if there are justifying reasons, for as long as we're not violating the Constitution or other laws. Thank you, Mr. Senate
The
President.
remarks and observations of the good gentleman are well taken and duly noted.
Mr. President,
Majority Floor Leader.
to add one-liner to the comment of the good gentleman from Taguig, marami pong mga legislative districts na hinati dahil sa population. Natural po, lumiit yung karsada nila, umiksi. Baka hindi mag-qualify yung iba. Mr. President, with the consent of the body, Mr. President, I move that we proceed with the third reading of House Bill 7315. Printed copies of this bill was electronically distributed to the members of this August chamber on January 11, 2024, in compliance with the 3-day rule of the Constitution. With that, I move to consider on third reading House Bill 7315. This is the bill on the Tabayon National High School in Jose Abad Santos, Davao Occidental. I so move, Mr. President.
There is a motion. Hearing none, same is approved. Secretary General is directed to read the title of the measure for third reading.
An act separating the Jose Abad Santos National High School, Tabayon Extension, in Barangay Tabayon, Municipality of Jose Abad Santos, Province of Davao Occidental, from the Jose Abad Santos National High School, converting it into an independent national high school to be known as the Tabayon National High School and appropriating funds therefore.
Roll call vote.
Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, Senator Zubiri, the Senate President. Yes, Angara, yes. Angara, yes. Angara, yes. Senator Angara.
With 19 affirmative votes, 0 negative, 0 abstention, House Bill number 7315 is hereby approved on third and final reading.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move to consider on third reading House Bill number 7553. This is the bill on the District Engineering Office in the 2nd Legislative District of Davao del Norte. I so move, Mr. President.
There is a motion. Hearing none, same is approved. Secretary is directed to read the title of the measure.
An act creating a district engineering office in the 2nd Legislative District of the Province of Davao del Norte and appropriating funds therefore.
Proceed to roll call vote.
Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino,
Yes.
Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, Senator Zubiri, the Senate President.
With 21 affirmative votes, 0 negative, 0 abstention, House Bill number 7553 is hereby approved on third reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we proceed with the reference of business.
Session suspended.
Mr. President, I withdraw my previous motion and I move that we continue with the approval of the several House bills. I move for the approval of House Bill 8133, an act creating a district engineering office in the 2nd Legislative District of the operating funds. Therefore, I so move, Mr. President.
There is a motion. Hearing none, same is approved. Secretary is directed to read the title of the measure and to proceed with roll call vote thereafter.
An act creating a district engineering office in the 2nd Legislative District of Davao City and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, Senator Zubiri, the Senate President.
With 21 affirmative votes, 0 negative, 0 abstention, House Bill number 8133 is approved on third reading. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, I move to consider on third reading House Bill 8399. This pertains to the bill on Sakbulan National High School in San Pablo, Zamboanga del Sur. I so move, Mr. President.
There is a motion. Hearing none, same is approved. Secretary is directed to read the title of the measure and to thereafter proceed to roll call vote.
An act separating the San Pablo National High School, Sakbulan Extension in Barangay Sakbulan, Municipality of San Pablo, Province of Zamboanga del Sur, from the San Pablo National High School, converting it into an independent national high school to be known as the Sakbulan National High School and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino,
Yes.
Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, Senator Zubiri, the Senate President.
With 20 affirmative votes, 0 negative votes, 0 abstention, House Bill number 8399 is hereby approved on third reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, before we proceed with the reference of business, Mr. President, at this juncture and pursuant to Rule 10, Section 13, in relation to Section 18 of the Rules of the Senate, I now move that we proceed with electing the chairpersons of various standing committees of the Senate.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, same is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we elect the chairperson of the Committee on Economic Affairs, the Honorable Senator Mark Villar, Vice Senator Grace Poe.
Any objection? Hearing none, the Senator Villar is deemed elected to the position of Chairman, Committee on Economic Affairs.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. President,
The gentleman from Valenzuela is
Mr.
recognized.
President, I wasn't able to vote on House Bill number 7315 as I was in my room, but let me allow me to spread into the records and manifest my vote of affirmation to this said bill.
The remarks of the gentleman rather, is duly noted and made part of the records. Session suspended.
Mr. President, I move that we proceed with the reference of business.
Please proceed.
Bill on first reading, Senate Number 2686, an act to further strengthen the government system of records management and archives administration, establishing for the purpose the National Archives and Records Management Authority and for other purposes, Senator Legarda.
Refer to the Committees on Culture and the Arts, Civil Service, Government Reorganization, and Professional Regulation, Ways and Means and Finance.
Resolution, Senate Concurrent Resolution Number 18, providing for the adjournment of the second regular session of the 19th Congress of the Philippines, not later than 12 o'clock midnight, today, May 22, 2024, Senator Tolentino.
Rules.
Proposed Senate Resolution 1029, directing the appropriate Senate committee to conduct an inquiry into the major data breach that occurred in the database of the Philippine National Police, underscoring the vital importance of safeguarding sensitive information against increased cyber threats. Senator Marcos.
Committees on Science and Technology and Public Order and Dangerous Drugs.
1030, resolution declaring as read and approved the journal of the seventh session of the Senate. Senator Tolentino.
Rules.
1031, authorizing the production and distribution of 20 printed and 100 digital copies of the journal and the record of the Senate for the second regular session of the 19th Congress of the Philippines. Senator Tolentino.
Rules.
1032, directing the appropriate Senate committee to conduct an inquiry on the alleged human trafficking and involvement in scamming activities violating the Cybercrime Prevention Act of 2012 within Multinational Village in Parañaque City, with an end in view of crafting a legislation or policy recommendation as may be necessary. Senator Gatchalian.
Women, Children, Family Relations, and Gender Equality.
Additional reference of business, bills on first reading, Senate Number 2687, establishing the Philippine Geriatric Center under Department of Health and appropriating funds therefore. Senator Tulfo.
Committees on Civil Service, Government Reorganization, Committees on Health and Demography and Finance.
2688, an act increasing the salary schedule of civilian personnel in the government and for other purposes. Senator Tulfo.
Committees on Civil Service, Government Reorganization, and Professional Regulation and Finance.
2689, an act repealing for the purpose Republic Act Number 11,590, otherwise known as an act taxing Philippine offshore gaming operations and for other purposes. Senator Gatchalian.
Ways and Means.
2691, requiring all graduating senior high school and college students to plant 2 trees each as a civic duty for environment protection and preservation and providing funds therefore. Senator Tulfo.
Committees on Environment, Natural Resources, and Climate Change, Basic Education, and Finance.
2692, upgrading the position of sanitation inspector to a higher salary grade and appropriating funds therefore. Senator Tulfo.
Committees on Civil Service, Government Reorganization, and Professional Regulation, and Local Government.
2693, fully recognizing the services of social workers by ensuring competitive remuneration and compensation packages, appropriating funds therefore. Senator Tulfo.
Committees on Civil Service, Government Reorganization, and Professional Regulation, Social Justice, Welfare and Rural Development, and Finance.
2694, upgrading the minimum salary grade level of nurses from salary grade 15 to 19, amending Section 32 of RA 9173, otherwise known as the Philippine Nursing Act of 2002. Senator Tulfo.
Committees on Civil Service, Government Reorganization, Professional Regulation, Health and Demography, and Finance.
2695, an act granting Philippine citizenship to Matthew Steves Westfall,
Rules.
Senators Angara and Poe.
Rules.
Resolutions. Proposed Senate Resolution 1033, directing the Senate Committee on Energy to conduct an inquiry on the persistent blackouts and power crisis in Cadiodocan, Romblon. Senator Tulfo.
Committee on Energy.
1034, directing the proper Senate committees to conduct an inquiry on government interventions to be implemented in mitigating the effects of the impending La Niña phenomenon in the country. Senator Binay.
Committees on Environment, Natural Resources, and Climate Change, National Defense and Security, Peace, Unification, and Reconciliation, and Finance.
1035, expressing the profound sympathy and sincere condolences of the Senate on the death of Apostle Arsenio T. Ferriol, founder of the Pentecostal Missionary Church of Christ, Fort Watch. Senator Villanueva.
Rules.
1036, commending Honorable Juan Miguel F. Zubiri for his excellent performance and outstanding leadership as Senate President during the first and second regular sessions of the 19th Congress of the Philippines. Senator Escudero.
Rules.
Committee reports. Committee Report 259, jointly by the Committees on Culture and the Arts, Finance, on Senate Number 2583, introduced by Senators Legarda and Binay, an act establishing the Aklan Piña Museum and Cultural Center in the municipality of Calibo, province of Aklan, its satellite centers, defining its purposes and appropriate funds therefore, recommending its approval without amendment. Sponsor Senator Legarda.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
Committee Report 260, by the Committee on the Culture and the Arts on Senate number 2690 with Senators Revilla and Legarda as authors. An act declaring August 1 of every year a special working holiday to be known as the Araw ng Paglalathala at Pagtatanyag ng Kasirinlan ng Pilipinas, recommending its approval in substitution of Senate numbers 2635, taking into consideration House number 7986, sponsor Senator Legarda.
Calendar for ordinary business.
261 by the Committee on Justice and Human Rights on House number 10048, an act granting Philippine citizenship to Alexander Sergeyevich Korovin, recommending its approval without amendment, taking into consideration Senate number 2461, sponsor Senator Tolentino.
Calendar for ordinary business. Yes, please proceed with the second additional reference business.
Second additional reference of business, messages from the House. Letter from the House informing the Senate that on 15 May 2024, it passed the following House bills in which it requests the concurrence of the Senate. House number 10079, strengthening the practice of midwifery as a profession in the Philippines, providing funds therefore repealing for the purpose RA 2644, otherwise known as the Philippine Midwifery Law, and Republic Act number 7932, otherwise known as the Philippine Midwifery Act of 1992.
Committees on Civil Service, Government Reorganization, and Professional Regulation and Finance.
House number 10084, an act granting Philippine citizenship to Won Suk Hyo.
Justice and Human Rights.
10085, an act granting Philippine citizenship to Stephen Decatur Haynes.
Justice and Human Rights.
10086, an act granting Philippine citizenship to Fai Sheikh.
Justice and Human Rights.
House number 10158, an act creating the Manila Bay Aquatic Resources Management Council and appropriating funds therefore.
Agriculture, Food, and Agrarian Reform and Finance.
10172, strengthening the National Housing Authority, extending its corporate term and rationalizing its programs to address the housing needs of underserved segments.
Committees on Urban Planning, Housing and Resettlement, Government Corporations, and Public Enterprises, and Ways and Means.
10173, providing for the development of condominiums, amending for the purpose Republic Act number 4726 as amended, otherwise known as the Condominium Act.
Committee on Urban Planning, Housing and Resettlement.
10178, allowing for electronic registration and voting overseas, further amending RA 9189 as amended by RA number 10590 and appropriating funds therefore.
Committees on Electoral Reforms and People's Participation and Finance.
House number 10241, an act establishing in the municipality of Ramon Magsaysay, province of Zamboanga del Sur, a district hospital to be known as Ramon Magsaysay District Hospital and appropriating funds therefore.
Committees on Health and Demography and Finance.
10258, increasing the bed capacity to Amay Pakpak Medical Center in the city of Marawi, province of Lanao del Sur, from 400 to 800 beds, appropriating funds therefore.
Committees on Health and Demography and Finance.
10268, establishing an integrated school in Ciudad de Strike, Barangay Molino, 1, City of Bacoor, Province of Cavite, to be known as Ciudad de Strike Integrated School and appropriating funds therefore.
Committee on Basic Education and Finance.
10269, establishing a National Science and Technology High School in the City of Bacoor, Province of Cavite, to be known as the Bacoor City National Science and Technology High School and appropriating funds therefore.
Basic Education and Finance.
10285, converting the Diplahan External Study Unit of the Western Mindanao State University, located in the municipality of Diplahan, province of Zamboanga, Sibugay, into a regular campus and appropriating funds therefore.
Committees on Higher Technical and Vocational Education and Finance.
And House number 10242, granting Pampanga Rural Electric Service Cooperative, PRESCO, a franchise to construct, install, establish, operate, own, manage, and maintain a distribution system for the conveyance of electric power to the end users in 34 barangays in the municipalities of Mexico, Arayat, Santa Ana, and Magalang, Pampanga.
Public Services.
Letter from the House informing the Senate that on 14 May 2024, it designated Representative Malapitan as conferee to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the Disagreeing Provisions, House number 9713, institutionalizing a Philippine Self-Reliant Defense Posture Program and promoting the development of a national defense industry pursuant thereto, and Senate number 2455, revitalizing and strengthening the Reliant Defense Posture Program and promoting the development of a national defense industry pursuant thereto and providing funds therefore.
Rules.
Letter from the House informing the Senate that on 14 May 2024, it designated Representative Asidre, Vice Representative Salo as conferee to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the Disagreeing Provisions of House number 7325, an act instituting the Magna Carta of Filipino Seafarers, and Senate Number 2221, providing for the Magna Carta of Filipino Seafarers.
Rules.
Letter from the House informing the Senate that on 15 May 2024, it reconsidered the ratification of the Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of House Number 7819 and Senate Number 2492, both entitled An Act Declaring the Maritime Zones under the Jurisdiction of the Republic of the Philippines.
Rules.
Letter from the House informing the Senate that on 15 May 2024, it designated Representatives Arenas, Tupas, Rodriguez, Gonzales II, Tanuaco III, Benitez, Dagook, and Gutierrez as conferees to the Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of House Number 7819 and Senate Number 2492, both entitled An Act Declaring the Maritime Zones under the Jurisdiction of the Republic of the Philippines.
Rules.
Letter from the House informing the Senate that on 15 May 2024, it designated Representatives Ferrer, Luistro, Acheron, Dimaporo, and Dagook as conferees to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of House Number 8257 and Senate Number 2594.
Archives. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, our colleague, the gentleman from Nueva Ecija, the Honorable Senator Robin Hood Padilla, is seeking the floor to deliver a manifestation, Mr. President. May he be recognized.
Senator Padilla is recognized.
Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo, at sa ating pong pinunong mayorya. Ito po ay point of inquiry lamang. Meron lamang po akong sanang gustong idulog sa kapulungan upang mabigyan po ng kaliwanagan. Ito po ay bunsod ng mga resolusyon na inihain ng inyong abang lingkod upang talakayin sa ilalim ng komiting aking pinamumunuan ang Public Information and Mass Media. Meron po akong serye ng mga resolusyon na nagmumungkahi po ng mga pagdinig patungkol sa mga mahalagang issue na sa aking paniniwala ay dapat nagkakaroon ng malawakang talakayan at information dissemination para sa ating mga kababayan. Ngunit sa kasamaang palad po, hindi po ito nare-refer sa Public Information and Mass Media o di kaya ay nagiging secondary committee lamang po ang sa amin. Hayaan po ninyong basahin ko ang Section 28, Rule 10 ng Rules of the Senate. Ito po ang jurisdiksyon ng committee. All matters relating to public information, mass communication, and broadcast services, the implementation of the provision of the Constitution regarding ownership and management of mass media and the advertising industry, the development and promotion of information technology, and all matters relating to the artistic standards and quality of the motion picture and television industry. Nais ko pong mabigyan linaw kung ano ang definisyon at limitasyon ng public information sa konteksto po ng mandato ng Committee on Public Information and Mass Media. Batid naman po natin ang napakahalagang papel ng pampublikong impormasyon pagdating sa pagtataguyod ng mabuting pamamahala o good governance. Critical po sa ating pamumuno na siguruhing nararamdaman ng ating mga kababayan ang mga programa at proyekto ng gobyerno tungkol sa mga importanteng paksa. Ngunit, paano po nila ito mararamdaman kung una pa lamang ay hindi naman nila naiintindihan ang ating mga ginagawa? Dahil po sa hindi malinaw na definisyon ng public information, nais ko po sanang maghain ng kaukulang amyenda sa tamang panahon tungkol sa jurisdiction ng Committee on Public Information and Mass Media. Yun lamang po, Ginoong Pangulo. Maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat, Senador Padilla. The Majority Leader wants to respond.
Thank you, Mr. President. The manifestation of Senator Padilla will be referred to the Committee on Rules
Yes.
as appropriate. Mr. President,
If I may add, sa pagkakalam ko po, Senator Padilla, sa pagkakausap ko rito sa ating sekretariat, yung mga iba po yung panukalang batas na inahin, katulad nung meron yata pinag-usapan tungkol sa balikatan, ay nararapat lang yata na i-refer sa pangunahing komite ng Committee on National Defense. At secondary committee na lang po ang inyong komite, yung Committee on Public Information. Gayon din ang mga patungkol sa climate change, ang pangunahing committee po ay ang Environment and Natural Resources. Ang pangalawang secondary committee po, yung inyong komite, yung Committee on Public Information. Yan po ay sinasabi po ng ating secretariat.
Opo, mahal na Ginoong Pangulo, yun nga po yung gusto po nating liwanagin. Kaya nga po tayo ay humihingi po ng pag-amyenda sapagkat nakikita po natin, mahal na Ginoong Pangulo, na sa panahon po ngayon, mas marami na pong fake news. Natatalo na po ng fake news ang mga tunay na dapat ay ibinabalita at ipinararating ng gobyerno sa taong bayan. Katulad po nung isang beses, narinig po natin ang ating kasama na si Senator J.B. Ejercito, sinabi din po niya na yung patungkol po sa Universal Health Law na hindi din po alam ng taong bayan ang patungkol dito. Nakakalungkot po yun, mahal na Ginoong Pangulo, na hindi po natin bibigyan ng bagong jurisdiction ang ating pong public information sapagkat sa ngayon po, mahal na Pangulo, umaasa na lang po ang taong bayan sa kung sino-sinong mga vlogger na nagsasalita sa social media, yun na po ang kanilang pinaniniwalaan. Ang hinihingi lang po natin, mahal na Ginoong Pangulo, na magkaroon po ng talakayan patungkol po dito sa mandato ng ating pong Komite ng Public Information. Yun lamang po, Ginoong Pangulo, marami pong salamat po.
Maraming salamat po, Senator Padilla.
Mr. President, if I may, Mr. President.
Senator Villanueva.
Just a very short manifestation and in connection to the statements made by our distinguished colleague, I think it's about time, Mr. President, that we look into all this proliferation of fake news. I remember last Congress we filed a bill regarding anti-fake news bill, and I think it is important to note na kung ang impormasyon ay mali, mapatunayang mali, ngunit ang intensyon ay tama, Mr. President, madali mo ma-justify. But if it is clearly, Mr. President, trying or spreading lies, coming up with a totally absurd, ridiculous information, then dapat magkaroon ng pananagutan ang mga ito. Because, Mr. President, I commiserate with our colleague kasi I think lahat naman ho tayo na natatamaan ng mga kung sino-sinong vloggers or media outfits. Yung iba nga po, kahit mainstream, Mr. President, kahit mainstream, hindi naman natin sasabihin, lahat laging katotohanan yung kanilang sinasabi. But I'm just concerned, Mr. President, doon sa pananagutan, yung word na pananagutan. Kasi, for example, Mr. President, can you imagine a media outlet that would say, for example, Mr. President, natalo yung UST sa UAAP, kasalanan ni Joel Villanueva. But that's the headline, Mr. President. Bigyan ka ng mas malalim na topic, Mr. President, or I'm sorry for the word, mas bastos, Mr. President, para lang mag-clickbait, kunyari, Mr. President, and walang pananagutan, Mr. President. Zero accountability. I'm not even sure, Mr. President, if the kapisanan ng mga broadcaster ng Pilipinas can actually do something about it, or are they actually doing its part to regulate, Mr. President, or at least have that oversight function, Mr. President. So I feel, Mr. President, that this is important considering na yung fake news, lalong-lalo na, ay laganap sa ating bayan. Just to put that on record, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Villanueva.
Apo, Ginoong Pangulo, bilang panghuli lamang po, gusto ko lamang pong ipaliwanag muli na malinaw po sa ating konstitusyon, dito po sa Section 7, ito po ang sinasabi dito, the right of the people to information on matters of public concern shall be recognized. Access to official records and to documents and papers pertaining to official acts. Ginoong Pangulo, kapag tayo po ang nagpapatawag ng hearing dito po sa Committee on Public Information, nakakalungkot po. Ang lagi pong sinasagot sa amin ng mga taga-gobyerno, hindi, nag-hearing na kami doon sa isang committee, hindi na kami pupunta dyan. Yun po ang nakakalungkot, Ginoong Pangulo. Gusto ko lamang pong ipaalala muli sa lahat na wala pong pinakamataas na batas kundi ang konstitusyon. At ang konstitusyon po, sinasabi, maliwanag ang kapangyarihan ng public information. Yun lamang po. Maraming salamat po uli, Ginoong
Thank you,
Pangulo.
Senator Padilla. And Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2555 under Committee Report number 191. This is the bill amending the Motorcycle Crime Prevention Act. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
The parliamentary status of the measure, Mr. President, is that we have closed the period of committee amendments, and with the consent of the body, I move to open the period of individual amendments, and that I may be recognized as well, Mr. President.
Mr. President,
Yes, Senator Padilla is
Sir,
recognized.
meron lang po akong gustong itanong sa atin pong madyo. Mr. President, kanino po natin to i-refer? Opo.
Mr. President, to the Committee on Rules, taking into consideration the previous manifestation by the Senate President Pro Temp that the Committee on Justice, Committee on Defense, be likewise be given the opportunity to take part in the committee hearings as the primary committee, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. President.
Yes, you are correct. Senator Padilla.
Hindi po ba pag-uusapan muna yung amenda natin na madyo? Ginoong Pangulo, hindi po ba natin pag-uusapan muna ito sa Committee on Rules para kung aamendahan natin yung ating Pwede po mag-request po ng 1-minute suspension lang.
Session suspended for a minute.
Mr. President, after consultations with the gentleman who took the floor a while ago concerning the matter of public information communications relative to the last Balikatan exercise, Mr. President, I am withdrawing my previous motion, Mr. President, and the presiding officer as chairman of the Senate Committee on National Defense probably would want to share his idea on the matter, Mr.
All right.
President.
Upon consultation with the proponent, Senator Padilla, I can only speak with regard to the Committee on National Defense. And Senate Resolution number 1026, which is entitled "A Resolution Directing the Senate Committee on Public Information and Mass Media to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation on the conduct of the 39th United States-Philippines Balikatan exercise with the end in view of informing the public of its success, gains, prospects, and opportunities." And this was referred yesterday to the committees. The primary committee is National Defense and Security, Peace, Unification, and Reconciliation. And the secondary committee is the committee of Senator Padilla, the Committee on Public Information and Mass Media. As your chairman of the Committee on National Defense, I have agreed to form a subcommittee which shall be chaired by Senator Robin Padilla.
So, Mr. President, the Committee on Rules will no longer convene to discuss the said subject
I
matter.
have already agreed, Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President,
But I can only speak in behalf of my committee. The other resolutions that has been referred to other committees,
yes, yes, Mr. President.
Hindi ko po
The
masasagot
other
yun.
resolutions filed by Senator Padilla will be referred to the Committee on Rules.
Yes.
And the same will be acted upon expeditiously, just to reassure our colleague Senator Robin Hood Padilla.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this juncture, I reiterate my previous motion that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2555 under Committee Report 191. This is the bill amending the Motorcycle Crime Prevention Act. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Again, Mr. President, the parliamentary status of this measure is that we have closed the period of committee amendments. And with the consent of the body, I move to open the period of individual amendments, and that I may be recognized as the principal sponsor of this measure, Mr. President, and to propose amendments would be the Minority Leader, the Honorable Senator Aquilino Pimentel III, and to be followed by the Honorable Senator Ronald De La Rosa.
The Minority Leader is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 2, the Majority Leader is our sponsor. Am I correct, Mr. President? Tama? The Majority Leader, okay.
Yes, yes.
Thank you. On page 2, line 9, I move that we replace the phrase new ownership with the phrase original registration. I so move, Mr. President.
Accepted, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is accepted.
On the same page, line 14, delete the phrase
Amendment
on
pala.
cash basis.
We accept, Mr. President.
Amendment is accepted.
Ano ito? Ano ito nakabuo? Papapalit. On the same page, line 22, after the word motorcycle, insert a comma and then replace the phrase starting with on installment until acquisition scheme with the following entry: where ownership is retained by the seller and the buyer is given the right to use and possess the motorcycle until full payment of the purchase price, comma, such agreement shall be reduced in writing and shall serve as authority to use the motorcycle, period. Mr. President. May period.
You accept it, Majority Leader?
I accept, Mr. President, with just one clarificatory question. Will the use will the agreement that would be reduced in writing be considered as an agreement more than a usufructuary contract, and would it enable the owner to mortgage said motorcycle unit?
This is more than a usufruct agreement, Mr. President, because there's already an agreement to pay in full the purchase price. So parang sa real property, parang you are already allowed to possess the property and yet you're still paying installment
Hulugan.
credited to the purchase price. Parang ganun po. So it's more, in my opinion, if we are to compare it to a usufructuary agreement, it is more than a usufructuary because the person in possession and using the motor vehicle will ultimately be the owner upon payment of the purchase price, Mr. President.
So Mr. President, a follow-up question. Would this in effect enable the buyer to sell the motorcycle?
Mr. President, I think yung interest that can be subject to commercial transaction. Your interest in a thing, in an object, Mr. President. So in my opinion, yes, for as long as properly documented, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. We accept just the same, Mr. President, the proposed amendment.
All right. Amendment is accepted.
On page 3, line 15, Mr. President, insert the phrase after the figure there in parentheses, insert the phrase, provided that no seizure shall be made solely on the failure of the buyer to comply with the requirements of this section. I so move, Mr. President.
We accept, Mr. President.
Amendment is accepted.
On page 5, line 15, delete the word "and," Mr. President. I so move, Mr. President.
We accept, Mr.
Yes.
President.
Amendment is accepted.
On the same page, lines 19 to 20, replace the phrase 5,000 pesos together with the figure with the following phrase 10,000 pesos together with the figure 10,000 pesos inside the parentheses, Mr. President. I so move, Mr. President.
Again, Mr. President, just a clarificatory question. It would appear that the amendments being proposed right now would increase the penalty.
Yes.
But at the same time, in the previous sections, we are being very liberal in terms of the acquisition of the buyer. How do we reconcile this? Pwede mong bilhin yung motor, pero pag pwede mong bilhin yung motor, nasa yun na yung motor, pero malaki yung penalty mo.
Well, the first amendment, Mr. President, is about the transactions that we will allow. This is really about the penalty, Mr. President. So this is a matter of policy. Do we increase the fine or not? The proponent believes that 5,000 pesos is not commensurate to the nature or gravity of the offense, Mr. President. So to discourage the act that we want to penalize, Mr. President, we increase the fine, the amount of the fine.
But
Kasi kinumpare po namin sa other penalties. Ito po ay intentional use. There is really the clear intent to violate the law. So that's why we make the penalty graver, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President, for that clarification. We accept.
Any objection? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
So in the same spirit as the same reasoning as the previous amendment. On page 6, line 4, the proposal is to replace the phrase 10,000 pesos plus the figures with 20,000 pesos in words and figures, Mr. President.
We accept, Mr. President, following the same line of reasoning.
Any objection? Hearing none, amendments approved.
And last, Mr. President, same logic, no? Following the same reasoning, page 6, lines 23 to 24, replace the phrase 10,000 pesos in words and figures with 20,000 pesos in words and figures.
We accept, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, amendments approved.
That would be all, and we thank the sponsor, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Minority Leader. I think Senator Bato, are you going to propose some amendments?
Thank you, Mr. President. With the indulgence of the good sponsor, I am going to make my personal amendments.
Please proceed. Individual. Individual amendment.
Individual. Sorry, Mr. President. Individual amendments.
We concur, Mr. President, with the proposal.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good sponsor. On page 6, line 10, after the close parenthesis, delete the following, colon, provided that if the person who sells or buys the number plate proves that he or she has no knowledge that it was erased, tampered, altered, forged, or imitated, he or she shall be punished by a fine of not more than 10,000 pesos. I so move, Mr. President.
Accepted, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, amendments approved.
On page 6, line 28, after the word plate, insert and RFID. I so move, Mr. President.
Accepted, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, amendments approved.
On page 7, line 1, after the word plates, insert and RFID. I so move, Mr. President.
We accept, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, amendments approved.
On page 7, line 3, after the word plates, insert and RFID. I so move, Mr. President.
Accepted, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, amendments approved.
That would be all, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Thank you, good sponsor, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator De La Rosa.
Mr. President, there being no other member who wishes to propose amendments, I move that we close the period of individual amendments.
Any objection? Hearing none, period of individual amendments hereby closed. Terminated.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we approve on second reading Senate Bill 2555. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2555.
Is there any objection? Motion is approved.
Mr. President, may we seek a minute suspension?
Session suspended for a minute.
Mr. President, we are in receipt of the bicameral conference committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2555 2432, the Anti-Agricultural Economic Sabotage Act. House Bill number 3915, an act amending Anti-Agricultural Smuggling Act
3917.
of 2016, and House Bill
3917.
number 9284, the Anti-Agri-Fishery Commodities and Tobacco Economic Sabotage Act of 2023. Mr. President, with the permission of the body, I move to recognize the chairperson of the Senate panel, the Honorable Senator Cynthia Villar, to give us the highlights of the conference committee report.
Senator Cynthia Villar is hereby recognized.
Mr. President, on behalf of the Senate panel to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing provision of Senate Bill number 2432 and House Bill number 3917 and House Bill number 9284 on or the Anti-Agricultural Economic Sabotage Act, I'm pleased to report on the successful outcome of the bicameral conference. The bicameral conference agreed to adopt the Senate version as the working draft of the discussion. The changes in the working draft, which we stated on the joint explanatory statement, are reflected on the content of the bicameral consolidated bill. The joint explanatory statement has been filed with our Bills and Index Service. I move that such joint statement be read into the record, forming part of my report, and that the result of the bicameral conference be ratified by this body. I so move, Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, the principal author of the measure, the Honorable, your good brother is seeking the floor, Senator J.B. Ejercito. May he be recognized.
Senator Ejercito is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. My dear colleagues, as the principal author of this bill, allow me to commend our sponsor, Senator Cynthia Villar, for ably shepherding this bill through Congress. Iba talaga pagtimpla ang Mama Bear ng Senado. Let us acknowledge the efforts made by our previous leadership, former Senate President Mig Zubiri and former Majority Leader Joel Villanueva. This bill was refined during their watch. They should receive their fair share of the credit. With that said, my dear colleagues, ang panukalang ito ay binhi ng pag-asa para sa ating mga magsasaka. Ito ay itinanim ng Senado para sa kanilang kinabukasan. It will level the playing field for our local farmers. It will purge our land of profiteers, hoarders, and cartels. They are the pests who are choking our agricultural sector. This bill will uproot them and put them in jail where they belong. Ginoong Pangulo, aking makasamaan sa Senado, naway magbunga ang panukala na ito ng masaganang ani para sa ating bayan. Muli, maraming salamat po and congratulations again to our sponsor.
Thank you, Senator Ejercito. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we approve and ratify the bicameral conference committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2432, House Bill number 3917, and House Bill number 9283, and let the text of the joint explanation, as well as the manifestations made by the sponsor and the principal author, be deemed read into the records of the chamber. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, the bicameral conference committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2432, House Bill number 3917, and House Bill 9284 is hereby approved and ratified. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to acknowledge the work of our members of the bicameral committee in the House, headed by Congressman Mark Enverga and Congresswoman Stella Kimbo. And on the part of the Senate, Senator Amy Marcos, Senator J.V. Ejercito, Minority Floor Leader Coco Pimentel, and Deputy Minority Floor Leader Risa Ontiveros. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator Cynthia. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, may I seek a 1-minute suspension to enable our colleagues to approach the chairperson of the bicameral conference committee to congratulate her.
Session suspended.
Again, Mr. President, at this juncture, and pursuant to Rule 10, Section 13, in relation to Section 18 of the Rules of the Senate, I now move that we proceed with the election of chairpersons of various standing committees of the Senate.
There is a motion. Hearing none, same is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we elect as chairperson of the Committee on Economic Affairs the Honorable Juan Miguel Zubiri as chairman, Vice Senator Mark Villar. I so move, Mr. President.
Senate President Zubiri is so elected. Senate President Zubiri is recognized.
I want to thank Senator Mark Villar for graciously allowing me to chair the committee, and I committed to him being our senior vice chair later on when we elect the members, to make him the senior vice chair of the committee. Thank you. I'm looking forward to working with my senior vice chair.
So noted. The remarks of Senate President Zubiri are noted for the record. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we elect Honorable Senator Mark Villar as chairperson of the Committee on Government, Corporations, and Public Enterprises, Vice the Honorable Senator Alan Peter Cayetano. I
An
so move, Mr.
objection?
President.
Hearing none, Senator Cayetano, Senator Villar is so elected.
Mr. President, I move that we elect as chairman of the Committee on Trade and Industry the Honorable Alan Peter Cayetano, Vice the Honorable Senator Mark Villar. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, Senator Cayetano is so elected.
Mr. President, I move that we elect the chairperson of the Committee on Energy, the Honorable Senator Pia Cayetano, Vice the Honorable Senator Rafi Tulfo. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, Senator Pia Cayetano is so elected.
Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we elect the chairperson of the Committee on Finance, the Honorable Senator Grace Poe, Vice the Honorable Senator Sani Angara.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, Senator Poe is so elected.
Mr. President, I move that we elect the chairman of the Committee on Higher Technical and Vocational Education, the Honorable Senator Alan Peter Cayetano, Vice the Honorable Senator Francis Chis Escudero. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, Senator Cayetano is so elected.
Mr. President, I move that we elect the chairman of the Committee on Justice and Human Rights, and I move that this be acted expeditiously, considering that Senator Angara is highly qualified. Vice this representation, Mr. President. I so move.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, Senator Angara is so elected. Senator Angara is recognized. You may proceed, sir.
I will accept so long as the new majority leader will not give me so many instructions, Mr. President.
Duly noted, Senator Angara, and with thanks.
Justice Angara is more than qualified, Mr. President.
Majority Leader, you may proceed.
Mr. President, I move that we elect as chairperson of the Committee on Social Development Goals, and subject to the right terminology that would be provided by the Sustainable Sustainable Development Goals, subject to the appropriate terminology to be provided by the Secretariat, the Honorable Nancy Binay, Maria Lourdes Binay, as the chairperson, Vice Senator Pia Cayetano.
Senator Nancy Binay is so elected. There being no objection,
Mr. President, I move that we re-elect as the chairman of the Committee on Local Government, the Honorable Senator J.V. Ejercito. I so move, Mr. President.
is there any objection? Hearing none, Senator J.V. Ejercito is so elected.
Mr. President, I move that we elect the chairman of the Committee on Labor, subject to the right terminology of the committee nomenclature, the Honorable Joel Villanueva, as the chairman thereof, Vice Senator Jinggoy Estrada. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, Senator Joel Villanueva is so elected.
Mr. President, I move that we elect the chairman of the Committee on Public Services, the Honorable Senator Rafi Tulfo, Vice Senator Grace Poe. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, Senator Rafi Tulfo is so elected.
Mr. President, I move that we elect the chairman of the Committee on Tourism, the Honorable Senator Manuel Lito Lapid, Vice the Honorable Senator Maria Lourdes Nancy S. Binay. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, Senator Lapid is so elected.
Mr. President, I move for a minute suspension to enable us to congratulate the newly elected chairman of various positions.
Session is suspended. Session is resumed.
Mr. President, I move that we elect the chairperson of the Senate Committee on Urban Planning, Housing, and Resettlement, the Honorable Senator Amy R. Marcos, Vice Senator Joseph Victor Ejercito. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, Senator Amy Marcos is so elected.
Mr. President, may we have a minute suspension?
Session suspended. Resumed.
Mr. President, just a manifestation, Mr. President. I was informed that the RCEP Oversight Committee is an oversight committee lodged with the office of whomsoever is the Senate President pro tempore, Mr. President. Number two, Mr. President, the existing Special Committee on Maritime Zones and Maritime and Admiralty Zones is a query and a point of inquiry insofar as this representation is concerned. Would it be a continuing committee or would it be
As is,
held? Yes.
as is in the regular course of business until and unless a replacement shall have been elected vice the incumbent or concurrent chairman in order so as not to stifle the functioning of the committees. Whoever is the chairman shall continue to serve as the same until he or she shall have been replaced, as the case may be, in order not to affect the functioning of the committees. Senate President Zubiri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Senate President. Yeah, I just wanted to find out for clarification that the RCEP is a treaty, the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership. So was it placed in the treaty that the Senate President pro temp is actually going to sit in the Oversight Committee, dear Majority Leader, Mr. President? Or was it placed in the treaty? Or was it only approved in the resolution that we agreed upon here? Okay, may I ask
The information I got from the former Senate President pro tempore is that the oversight function, the chairperson of that oversight committee, is attached to the position of whomsoever is the Senate President pro tempore. Therefore, it follows that if a new committee chair is elected, he performs the same functions, Mr. President.
Yeah, you want me to clarify it?
Yeah, yes, Mr.
Senator
President.
Legarda is recognized. You may proceed, ma'am.
Allow me to clarify it, since that was a time when the Senate President and this representation defended and co-sponsored the concurrence in the ratification of the Regional Cooperation Economic Agreement, the RCEP. And so we had several provisions in consultation with the sectors who were challenging it or were not in favor. And when the Senate unanimously agreed to pass or concur in the ratification of the RCEP, we put a colatilia, if I may use that word, where an oversight committee will be created to regularly monitor our compliance with the RCEP and its effects on agriculture, MSMEs, and various sectors in our economy. And so the Senate President pro tempore at the time, this representation, conducted hearings. In fact, I was supposed to have a hearing the other day, but because of the change, I canceled the hearing. So I wanted it reflected that the change obviously would go to the Senate President pro tempore so that we are in compliance with the regular oversight hearings, which is part and parcel of the concurred-in treaty. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Legarda. Senator Cayetano is recognized.
Mr. President, in the past, oversight committees, we allowed the chamber to designate a representative or to delegate upon the concurrence of the members. Senate President Pro Tem Estrada would like to ask if Senator Loren Legarda is willing to continue, because it's such a complicated but important treaty that if she is willing to continue chairing that oversight committee, Senator Estrada will be more than grateful. Yeah. It's her choice, Mr. President. I'm just saying in the past, we have delegated members of the Oversight Committee.
Senator Legarda is recognized.
I appreciate the intervention of the good senator, but we unanimously approved the concurrence in the ratification of the treaty and specifically mentioned the office of the Senate President pro tempore. In fact, it wasn't even the Foreign Relations Chair. And so, allow me to share the interest and knowledge of this very challenging RCEP, right? So we leave it to the body Please let the Senate President pro tempore conduct the hearings. Thank you, Mr. President.
If the chair may intervene, with the permission of the lady and gentleman on the floor, the designated representative to the RCEP is the office of the Senate President pro tempore, which means the Senate President pro tempore himself or herself, or he may designate a member, to so take his place. It's just like the EDCOM. Under the law, it should be the chairman of the Committee on Higher Education and Basic Education, and I designated a member, in fact, our distinguished minority floor leader, to represent me in the EDCOM too. So if Senator Estrada will allow,
Maybe seek a 1-minute suspension. Mr.
session suspended.
Mr. President, so Senate President Pro Temp Senator Estrada will take on the responsibility unless in caucus he decides that some person or committee would like to take the task. But at this point, Mr. Senate President, may I move that we elect the chairperson of the Committee on Ethics and Privileges. May we elect Senator Tolentino, our majority leader, as chairman of the Senate Committee on Ethics and Privileges.
There is a motion. Hearing none, Senator Tolentino is so elected.
Thank you, Mr. Senate President. Ethics Committee.
Thank you, Mr. President. We thank the good senator from Taguig. May we have a point of inquiry, Mr. President, as to the status of the Oversight Committee?
Can the gentleman, can the majority leader reiterate the motion?
Have we finally...
The maritime?
No, Mr. President. The query of Senator Ligarda.
Senator Cayetano earlier stated when he was performing his function, a function as acting majority floor leader, that Senator Jinggoy may so decide, but as of yet he has not.
Thank you, Mr. President.
So we will await that decision after conferring with Senator Ligarda.
Mr. President, at this juncture, Mr. President, the minority leader is seeking the floor.
On the topic, Mr. President, on the same topic of the RCEP
The
oversight
minority
committee,
leader is recognized. You may proceed, sir.
I looked at the resolution of concurrence. It's very specific. The oversight committee is headed by the Senate President pro tempore, Mr. President. So actually, that was the mechanism we invented when we concurred in that particular treaty. It follows the position. So we have to follow our resolution of concurrence. Delikado i-amend, Mr. President, because I do not know kung pwede nga i-amend yun kasi communicated na po yata sa United Nations or sa Secretariat of the treaty, Mr. President. So, in the opinion of this representation, we invented this mechanism. It follows, the chairmanship of that oversight committee follows the position, Mr. President.
The chair stands corrected. The opinion enunciated by our distinguished minority floor leader is well taken. Having read the specific provision of the law, and for the information of our minority floor leader, there is no way by which we can amend it at this point in time. Majority leader is recognized. Senator Legarda is recognized. You may proceed, ma'am.
Mr. President, just so that it's on record, the RCEP resolution I would like to quote, that the Special Oversight Committee on the RCEP agreement is hereby created and shall be headed by the Senate President pro tempore with the following members, and it states the members, majority, minority leaders, chairpersons of the following committees, agriculture, foreign relations, etc. So it's very clear, Mr. President. So I agree with the minority leader that it would be difficult to change the contents of a concurrence. It was a unanimous except maybe one. Yeah, resolution. Okay. Oh, the deputy minority said that she did not concur. But anyway, it was a majority, almost majority, more than 2/3 concurrence. So having said that, I appreciate my colleagues in granting me the privilege of continuing the work. And I can tell you it's very interesting and very, very challenging. However, to make life simpler and to abide by the resolution, we leave it with the office of the pro tempore. Thank you, Mr. President.
Chair would like to thank the magnanimity of Senator Legarda.
Mr. President,
Senator Estrada?
on another item, Senator Estrada.
Senator
is seeking the
Estrada.
floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. As your new Senate President pro temp, I am willing to accept the challenge, and I will have to fulfill my duties and responsibilities as your Senate President pro temp. And if I can make a on another matter, Mr. President.
The gentleman may proceed.
With regard to resolutions number 1024, 1025, 1028, introduced by all of these resolutions were introduced by Senator Padilla and was referred to committees on agriculture. I was 1024, resolution number 1024 is referred to the Committee on Agriculture. 1025, Committee on Environment, and 1028, Committee on Agriculture, which is both chaired by Senator Cynthia Villar. And Senator Cynthia Villar has already agreed to form a subcommittee which shall be chaired by Senator Robin Padilla. Mr. President.
The remarks of our Senate President pro tempore are duly noted. The subcommittees are to be created by Senator Villar, authorizing Senator Padilla to so conduct hearings during the break.
Mr. President, we therefore
Majority Leader.
withdraw our previous manifestation that the same be referred to the Committee on Rules, and we concur with the manifestation of the Senate President pro tempore to enable our colleague here, Senator Robin Hood Padilla, to conduct hearings, multiple hearings during the break, Mr. President.
The withdrawal is duly noted.
Mr. President, we're supposed to move forward on the period of amendments insofar as the livestock bill is concerned. And the Honorable Senator Pia Cayetano is supposed to propose several amendments, but since I don't see her yet on the floor, Mr. President,
Si Lauren muna.
1 minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session is suspended. Session is resumed. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, and this is very vital, Mr. President. Mr. President, we are in receipt of the Bicameral Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill 2593 and House Bill number 9648, both pertaining to the new Government Procurement Act. And with the permission of the body, I move to recognize the chairperson of the Senate panel, the hardworking, newly minted chairman of the Senate Committee on Justice and Human Rights, the Honorable Senator Sani Angara, to give us the highlights of the conference committee report.
Senator Angara, you are recognized and you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Majority Leader Justice Tolentino. We have the honor, my dear colleagues, of presenting before this August Chamber the Bicameral Conference Committee report on the new Government Procurement Act, which is a result of the work and dedication of both the House Committee on Revision of Laws, chaired by Congressman Edward Maceda, and the Senate Committee on Finance, previously chaired by this representation. The bicameral version of the new Government Procurement Act carries most, if not all, of the provisions that the Senate approved on third reading, with some amendments from our counterparts at the House of Representatives on the procedural aspect and the appeals procedure. We are happy to report that the 45-page amendments proposed by our colleagues, specifically Senate President Pro Tempore Estrada, Minority Leader Coco Pimentel, Deputy Minority Leader Risa Ontiveros, Senators Legarda, Villar, Mark Villar, Nancy Binay, Bato de la Rosa, Amy Marcos, and Pia Cayetano, and read by this representation yesterday, were all adopted by the Bicameral Conference Committee. We thank our Senate panel, composed of Senators Legarda, Binay, Villanueva, and Ontiveros, as well as the panel from the House of Representatives, led by Kong Maceda, Senior Deputy Speaker Gonzales, Reps Zamora, Veloso Tuason, Domingo, Robes, and Colada. We also thank the Senate, led by Senate President Chis Escudero, for allowing this representation to continue the sponsorship of this landmark legislation, as well as, of course, former Senate President Zubiri and Majority Leader Villanueva for helping shepherd this piece of legislation. Malinaw na senyales ito na kahit may pagbabago sa lideratura, patuloy pa rin na magsusulong ang Senado bilang isang institusyon ng mga mahalagang batas para sa ikaunlad ng bansa. Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the formal text or the text of the joint explanation on the Bicameral Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of House Bill 9648 and Senate Bill 2593 be deemed read into the records with the permission of the Chamber. Thank you, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the same is deemed read into the records. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we approve and ratify the Bicameral Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2593 and House Bill number 9648. And as mentioned a while ago, let the text of the joint explanation be deemed read into the records of the Chamber. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, the Bicameral Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2593 and House Bill number 9648 is hereby approved and ratified.
Thank you, Mr. President. Congratulations again, Mr. President, to our newly minted Justice, Sani Angara. Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, Majority Leader, and to all our colleagues, especially the minority who was very helpful in refining the bill. Thank you.
Mr. President, we are in receipt of another Bicameral Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2221 and House Bill 7325. This is the bill on the Magna Carta of Filipino seafarers. And with the permission of the body, I move to recognize the chairman of the Senate panel, Honorable Senator Rafi Tulfo, to give us the highlights of the conference committee report.
Senator Tulfo is recognized. You may proceed, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, as the chairperson of the Senate Committee on Migrant Workers and the chairperson of the Senate panel, I have the honor to present the Bicameral Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2221 entitled An Act Providing for the Magna Carta of Filipino Seafarers, and House Bill number 7325 entitled An Act Instituting the Magna Carta of Filipino Seafarers. The Bicameral Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of the Senate Bill number 2221 and House Bill number 7325 of December 13, 2023, in effect, is hereby withdrawn. The Senate and the House panels met last May 20, 2024, to discuss and come up with a reconciled and improved version of the reconsidered bill, which was referred to both houses for further review. Mr. President, I would like to thank our fellow conferees from the Senate, Senate President Chis Escudero himself, who was still a conferee when this BICAM report was adopted and prior to his election. Senator Joel Villanueva, Senator Amy Marcos, Minority Leader Coco Pimentel, and Deputy Minority Floor Leader Risa Ontiveros, and our conferees from the House of Representatives, led by the new chairperson of the House Committee on Overseas Workers Affairs, Representative Jude Asidre, together with Representatives Marisa Del Mar Magsino, Sandro Gonzalez, Kaimer Adan Olaso, and Marlene Premicias Agabas as members of their collaborative effort and patience in order to come up with this bicameral report. Thus, it is my honor to report to this body, Mr. President, the following. Number one, the conferees agreed to adopt the reconsidered bill on the matter as the working draft, with the primary goal of addressing concerns regarding coverage of the bill. Number two, A Section 3, objectives was created. Number three, Section 4, coverage was amended to focus on Filipino seafarers on board ships, vessels plying international waters, added a provision to address the concerns of international ships governed by specific agreement, which reads as follows. For ships or vessels plying international waters but are governed by international treaties or agreements, the same shall be observed, and the pertinent agencies shall exercise regulatory provisions over the seafarers on board, subject to appropriate guidelines and conditions that may be issued by the Department of Transportation, Marina, DMW, DOLE, and other concerned agencies. Number four, a new Section 5, applicability of this act to domestic seafarers, was created to clarify which sectors are applicable to only to domestic seafarers. Number five, Section 6, definition of terms. New terms were defined. A, domestic maritime degree. B, international maritime degree. C, ladderization. D, seafarer, and excluded cadets in the definition. While the term employment contract was deleted, 6 on Section 7, right to just terms and conditions of work, clarified medical care for domestic and overseas seafarers. Number 7, on Section 9, right to educational advancement and training at reasonable and affordable cost, placed Marina ahead of CHED and NMP in development of GOD curriculum. Number 8, on Section 11, right to information of a seafarer's family or next of kin, clarified role of DMW and DOLE overseas and domestic seafarers, respectively. Number 9, on Section 12, right to safe passage and safe travel, change third countries to other countries. Number 10, Section 22, right to a fair medical assessment. 28, pre-employment medical examination, PEME, and 29, medical certificate, clarified medical needs of overseas and domestic seafarers. Number 11, on Section 30, training and qualifications, clarified the required training and qualifications for overseas and domestic seafarers upon the recommendation of Marina DOTR. Number 12, overseas seafarers on the titles of the following chapters. Chapter 6, manning agencies for overseas seafarers. Chapter 9, medical care and maritime occupational safety and health standards for overseas seafarers. Chapter 10, termination of employment of overseas seafarers. Chapter 11, dispute resolution for overseas seafarers. Chapter 12, repatriation for overseas seafarers. Chapter 13, reintegration for overseas seafarers. 13 on Chapter 8, accommodation, recreational and sanitation facilities, food and catering in ocean-going ships. That title was amended to clarify its application to ocean-going ships. 14, we removed all sections related to domestic Filipino seafarers except the section on rescue and converted it into a separate chapter, which now reads, Chapter 14, Emergency Rescue of Domestic Seafarers. 15, on Chapter 17, Green Lane for Overseas and Domestic Seafarers. We rewarded a title and revised the language. 16, under Chapter 18, Education and Training of Seafarers and Cadets. The jurisdiction of Marina over maritime education was clarified and roles itemized, and the section on Curriculum Committee was deleted. Number 17, on Section 57, a second paragraph was amended and a new third paragraph was added as proposed by the House panel and adopted by the Bicameral Conference Committee to read as follows. The third doctor's assessment shall strictly adhere to the schedule of disabilities as provided in the standard employment contract or the applicable collective bargaining agreement as warranted. The title of the section was also amended to read Determination of Disability, Grading, or Fitness to Work. 18. The Section 59 of the recalled bill was deleted as approved and adopted by the Bicameral Conference Committee. 19, Section 16, or Section 17, rather, crew competence was amended to add Marina. 20, on Section 28, compliance and certification amended to clarify the issuance of a maritime labor certificate and the certificate of compliance for domestic ships by DOLE. 21, on Section 69, inspection and enforcement amended to distinguish inspection and enforcement of ships under three different categories to clarify. 22, created a new Section 74, jurisdiction over maritime education, to clarify the jurisdiction of Marina and CHED with respect to the education and training of cadets. Succeeding Sections 75 and 76 were likewise adjusted to reflect changes made on Section 74. 23, Section 77, requirements for maritime higher education institutions, amended by removing the percentage requirements for training slots. The same was made on Section 78 for Philippine registered ships. 24, on Section 85, role of government agencies. The roles of CHED, DFA, DMW, DOH, DOLE, Marina, and NLRC were adjusted in line with changes introduced in the entire bill. 25, on Section 85, G, National Conciliation and Mediation Board was added as another concerned agencies with specific role. 26, Section 85J, role of OWA was amended to include giving of free legal assistance to its member seafarers. Number 27, a new Section 94, creating offices and hiring appropriate personnel, was created for Marina and other concerned agencies to ensure the effective implementation of these acts. Mr. President, allow me to emphasize again that this Magna Carta of seafarers is not the final law that we will work on to protect our seafarers. We commit to addressing concerns regarding the efficacy of the Seafarers Protection Act and to review and amend the necessary provisions of the Labor Code. Especially on the rules of procedure for both NLRC and NCMB, such that appeals and judgment in maritime cases shall be more attuned to the pressing concerns of our seafarers and maritime stakeholders. Mr. President, I now move that we approve the Bicameral Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2221 and House Bill number 7325 on an act providing for Magna Carta of seafarers. Thank you, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Senator Villanueva is recognized.
This is not an objection, Mr. President. May I just be allowed to make a very short manifestation, Mr.
The
President?
gentleman may proceed.
Thank you very much being part of this measure where we, all of us work very, very hard. Isang malaking karangalan po, Ginoong Pangulo, para sa atin na maging parte din ng Bicameral Conference Committee ng panukalang ito, ang Magna Carta o Filipino Seafarers. Isang batas po na para sa proteksyon ng ating mahigit kumulang na 580,000 na marino sa iba't ibang dako ng mundo. Sa wakas po, Ginoong Pangulo, ay magkakaroon na ng isang tunay na Magna Carta para sa ating mga marino matapos ang halos 2 dekadang pakikipaglaban po dito. Nagpapasalamat po tayo sa ating pinuno kay Senator Raffy Tulfo, the chairperson of the Senate Committee on Migrant Workers, dahil karamihan po sa ating mga isinulong at ipinanukala na mga probisyon ay nanatiling nakapaloob sa BICAM report ng Magna Carta of Filipino Seafarers. Just to put on record, Mr. President, kasama dito yung pag-align ng mga probisyon ng Magna Carta sa Republic Act number 11641 o ang Department of Migrant Workers Act, pagpapatibay ng maritime occupational safety and health standards, paglalatag ng Green Lane protocols, pagkakaroon ng transition at support programs para sa mga marino na hindi pa muli nakakasampa sa barko, at pagpapalawak po sa lambong ng proteksyon sa ating mga seafarers na sadyang exposed po sa abuso, exploitation at unfair labor practice. Mr. President, I just want to put on record, and I'm very happy to join the gentleman from Isabela and Davao in reporting to the body that we emphasize that the Commission on Higher Education maintains jurisdiction over maritime higher education institutions, which is consistent po, Mr. President, with Section 3, Letter D of the Magna Carta of Filipino Seafarers, which refers to CHED's policies and rules on education of maritime students and training cadets. And furthermore, Mr. President, last but not the least, yung Marinas Administration over maritime education should be interpreted in conjunction with the mandate of the CHED pursuant to RA 7722 or the Higher Education Act of 1994. Mr. President, sa pangkalahatan, ang panukala pong ito ay isang katibayan ng ating pagpapahalaga sa ating mga marino. Ito po ay pagpapatunay sa ating dedikasyon na itaas ang dignidad at antas ng pamumuhay ng ating overseas at domestic seafarers, ang ating mga bagong bayani. Kaya, Mr. President, sinasamahan ko po ang motion ng ating kasamahan para iratipika ang nasabing panukala. Maraming salamat, Ginoong Pangulo.
The remarks of the gentleman from Bulacan are duly noted and well taken.
Mr. President,
The Deputy Minority Leader is seeking the floor.
Mr. President, may I also move that the joint explanation of the conference committee be inserted into the records of the Senate?
The chair will defer action on the motion until we have heard Senator Ontiveros, and thereafter we will act on the same. Senator Ontiveros is recognized. You may proceed, ma'am.
Salamat, Mr. President, at magandang gabi po. I would like to take this opportunity to thank you and to say thank you and to give credit where credit is due. Unang-una, salamat kay Chair Raffy Tulfo sa kanyang paninindigan at pagsisikap para maayos ang ilang issues tungkol sa bond. Alam ko sa puso niya, tulad ko, Dapat ang Magna Carta of Seafarers should serve the interest of all Filipino seafarers. Salamat din sa aking minority leader, Senator Coco Pimentel, sa pagsuporta at sa pakikiisa sa tunay na diwa ng batas na ito, at kay Senator Joel Villanueva sa kanyang walang sawang suporta sa mga issues ng mga manggagawa, partikular sa mga marino. Kay Comsec Alan at sa mga masisipag nating mga legis staff, sa kanilang ambag at sakripisyo para mabuo ang Magna Carta of Seafarers. The Magna Carta of Seafarers is very close to my heart because every Filipino seafarer deserves greater protection from abuses and violations of their rights and welfare. This law is for every overseas Filipino worker, seafarer, who has been called a modern-day hero because of his or her economic contributions through remittances, and most importantly, because of their sacrifices in being homesick to give a comfortable life to their loved ones. Narinig namin kayo, mga kababayan. Hindi sapat na manatili lamang silang mga buhay na bayani habang sila ay nakikipagsapalaran at nagbabanat ng buto sa karagatan na walang sapat na batas na magtataguyod ng kanilang mga karapatan at proteksyon. At sa wakas, ngayon ay magiging isang ganap na batas na. The Magna Carta should be the anchor of every Filipino. No one should be left behind, including cadets. Every Filipino seafarer's rights should be protected in accordance with international labor organizations, Maritime Labor Convention, and most especially with the Philippine Constitution. Sabi ko nga kanina, give credit where credit is due. At isang taos-pusong at walang humpay na pasasalamat at pagpupugay sa ating mga Filipino seafarers. Kayo po talaga ang bida dito, higit sa lahat. Mabuhay ang bawat overseas Filipino worker, mabuhay ang bawat marinong Filipino. Saludo ako sa inyong pagsisikap. Patuloy kaming susuporta sa inyong kapakanan at seguridad kasama ng inyong pamilya. Maraming pong salamat, Mr. President.
Chair thanks the distinguished lady, and her remarks are duly noted and well taken. Now, acting on the previous motions of
Yes, Mr. President.
majority leaders recognized.
Corollary to the motion of Senator Tulfo, I move that we approve and ratify the Bicameral Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill 2221 and House Bill 7325, and let the text of the joint explanation be deemed read into the records of the chamber. I so move, Mr. President.
There is a motion. Hearing no objection, the same is approved. The Bicameral Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2221 and House Bill number 7325 is hereby approved on and ratified. Senate President Zubiri is recognized.
Yes. Thank you, Senate President Scudero. No, just a point of information. Under your leadership, under my leadership, we had several measures that we passed and ratified that was returned, or well, asked by Malacanang to bring it back to us. I hope that we can, and this will happen with the Magna Carta for Seafarers. I feel bad for Senator Raffy, to be honest. Kasi nasa Malacanang na tayo, pumunta tayo doon para pirmahan itong Magna Carta for Seafarers, only to be told 5 minutes before the signing that it was not going to be signed by the President and to be returned to the Senate BICAM or the Senate and House BICAM panel because of certain issues. I feel for our members here. For example, another one is the maritime law of Senator Tolentino, which again was requested by the Executive Secretary's office to be returned once again to the BICAM body of both houses. Just an information to help the new administration of the Senate President is maybe we can appeal to the PLLO to work with BICAM panels already, kasi kung may problema habang maaga pa lang, kasi hindi maganda tignan, rinatify natin tapos diktahan tayo ng Malacanang. Usually Alam naman po natin yan, Senate President. Usually, pag pinadala natin dyan, it's are usually signed or lapsed into law, or really, if there's objectionable provisions, they will veto it. But if they can work with us, we appeal to Malacanang through the PLLO, if they can work with the Senate already as early as the bicameral conference committee meetings, so that hindi na po natin kailangan ibalik dito sa Senado at sa Kongreso. So just a point of information, my dear Senate President, I'm sure Dong Mendoza is a good friend of ours. Maybe they can assign more people to make sure that the bicameral conference committee, during the hearings of the bicameral conference committee, they participate so that it doesn't have to be returned to the Senate in case there are questionable provisions by the executive department. So yun lamang po.
Thank you, Mr.
The
President.
point of information of Senate President Zubiri is well taken and noted.
Thank you, Mr. President. If I may also, just to echo the sentiments of our former Senate President Zubiri, it's quite disheartening, Mr. President, and disappointing that in the past, if I'm not mistaken, 6 months, Mr. President, there are 3 measures, dalawa po enrolled bills na, Mr. President, pinabalik po sa atin. Pangalawa, yung isa po, katatapos lang ng bicameral conference committee report, ni-ratify po natin, pinabalik po ulit. So, ang question natin, Mr. President, is where's PLO all along, di ba? Kasi kung nababantayan po ito, at least, Mr. President, alam po natin, Mr. President, sabi nga po ni Senator Cayetano, imungkahi ko daw po sa mga batas, lagay din natin na no U-turn. Thank you, Mr. President.
The remarks of the gentleman from Bulacan are well taken. And let copies of the statements they made be furnished to the PLLO, although I see him within hearing distance. Majority leaders
Mr.
recognize.
President, I move that we consider proposed Senate Resolution 1037.
There is a motion, hearing no objection. The same is approved. Secretary General is directed to read the title of the measure.
Resolution commending Honorable Joel Villanueva for his invaluable contribution to the performance of the Senate and for ably steering the proceedings of the Senate in the first and second regular sessions of the 19th Congress of the Philippines.
Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we adopt proposed Resolution 1037.
Prior to the motion, except for Senator Villanueva, may I include as co-authors all the members present, unless with the exclusion of Senator Villanueva.
Of course, Mr. President, I'd be
Mr.
delighted
President.
to have you as co-author.
To be excluded.
Excluded?
I said not to be included because
Not to
it's
be.
in your.
Yes, Mr.
All
President.
members present are made co-author. There being no objection, the aforementioned resolution number 1037 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. I think it is important that we adhere to what is written in the Bible, that we honor to whom honor is due. Thank you, Mr. President.
As it is, distinguished gentleman from Bulacan, and as it should be.
Mr. President,
Majority Leader is recognized.
Mr. President, I move that we now consider proposed Senate Resolution 1038, authored by this representation, Mr. President.
There is a motion, hearing none. Secretary General is directed to read the title of Senate Resolution number 38.
Resolution commending the Honorable Laurel Legarda for exemplary performance as Senate President pro tempore during the first and second regular sessions of the 19th Congress of the Philippines.
Majority Floor Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, I move that we adopt proposed Senate Resolution 1038.
Again, with the permission of members on the floor, with the exception of Senator Legarda. All members present are hereby made co-authors. There being no objection, Senate Resolution number
1038.
1038.
And
is
correction,
here-
errata, Mr. President, the principal sponsor here is our good Senate President Pro Tempore, Jinggoy Estrada.
Senate Resolution number 1038 is hereby adopted.
Mr. President, I move that we consider proposed Senate Resolution number 1036. Mr. President.
There is a motion. Hearing no objection, Secretary General is directed to read the title of the measure.
Resolution commending the Honorable Juan Miguel Migs F. Zubiri for his excellent performance and outstanding leadership as Senate President during the first and second regular sessions of the 19th Congress of the Philippines.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we adopt proposed Senate Resolution 1036, and I likewise move that all present members be made co-authors of the proposed resolution. I so move, Mr. President.
There is a motion. Hearing none, Senate Resolution number 1036 is hereby adopted.
Mr. President, the Honorable Mig Zubiri is seeking the floor.
Senate President Zubiri is recognized. You may proceed, sir.
Thank you very much, my dear colleagues, Senate President. I'd just like to thank you all for the honor given me today. And of course, I'd like to, as mentioned by the majority, my former majority leader, give honor where honor is due. If we had a phenomenal run for 2 years and we passed a lot of pieces of legislation, including the legislation that we passed today, it's due to the fact that I had a great team. And I'd like to thank Senate President Pro Temp Lauren Legarda for being the Senate President Pro Temp, and of course the hardworking, indefatigable Majority Floor Leader, the life of the plenary, no other than Majority Floor Leader Joel Villanueva, and to all the chairmen that we were working with at the time, together with the Secretariat that I'm so happy that you retained, Mr. Senate President, the Secretary Ray Bantog, the Legis staff, and all the Secretariat. Maraming salamat po, Your Honor. Do we also give an honor to Senator Pimentel, the Minority Leader? Or not necessary? He's not ending his term yet. Yes, yes. So maraming salamat po, Senate President. It's good.
Senator Cayetano is
Mr.
recognized.
President, I think all of us want to attach our name in thanking everyone mentioned. Sir President, just a proposal for the EDCOM. So the 3 members are appointed by the Senate President. In consultation with Senator Pia Cayetano, if Senator Pimentel can take her place as a regular member, then I will take my ex officio membership as chair of the Committee on Higher Education, so that Senator Coco will continue as the representative of the minority. Then Senator Pia and I will discuss after the break if she will come back. But in the meantime, I will take the place.
Duly noted.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I'm just rising, Mr. President, because I was just told.
The gentleman from Bulacan is recognized.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Mr. President. When I made mention about that particular verse on the Bible, I intend to say it in honor of a Bishop Ferrios, Mr. President, of Fort Watch. I just want to put that on record, Mr. President. Thank you.
I meant it to have been talking and referring to you, Your Honor.
Thank you, boss. Thank you, Mr. President.
Majority Leader, you are recognized, sir.
Mr. President, I was informed that germane to the manifestation made by the former Majority Leader, that there is a proposed Senate Resolution 1035. The proposed Senate Resolution, with the permission of the body, I move to consider the proposed Senate Resolution 1035, and for the Secretary to read the title of the measure. This is something to do with the biblical phrase mentioned a while ago by the good gentleman from Bulacan. It has something to do with the expression of profound sympathy on the death of Apostle Arsenio Ferriol, Mr. President.
There is a motion. Hearing no objection, same is hereby approved. Secretary is directed to read the title of Senate Resolution Number 1035.
Resolution expressing the profound sympathy and sincere condolences of the Senate on the death of Apostle Arsenio T. Ferriol, founder of the Pentecostal Missionary Church of Christ, Fourth Watch.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, to sponsor the measure, may we recognize Senator Joel Villanueva to deliver his sponsorship speech.
Senator Villanueva is recognized. You may proceed, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. Mr. President, distinguished colleague, I rise with deep sadness to sponsor proposed Senate Resolution number 1035, expressing the profound sympathy and sincere condolences of the Senate of the Philippines on the death of Apostle Arsenio T. Ferriol, founder of the Pentecostal Missionary Church of Christ, Fourth Watch, Mr. President. Mr. President, Apostle Ferriol generously shared his faith and wisdom to other Christian leaders and his time to the Jesus is Lord Church by attending many of our events. He served, Mr. President, as the good man of the house and chief executive minister of the PMCC Fourth Watch. During his lifetime, Apostle Ferriol was the epitome of a good, faithful, and wise ambassador of the kingdom of God, dedicating his life to God, the church, and his family. Under his leadership, the PMCC Fourth Watch has launched national and global evangelistic churches in different parts of the world, providing spiritual nourishment, enlightenment, and fellowship among its members. The church has grown into 1,000 local and global locations with presence in almost every major city and province in the Philippines and in more than 70 countries all over the world. Mr. President, his passing is undeniably a great loss to the Christian community, but he leaves behind a legacy that will inspire and guide Christians for generations to come. We offer our condolences to his family, the Pentecostal Ministry Church of Christ, the Fourth Watch, and to all the Christians worldwide who have been touched by his life and his faith. Let me end, Mr. President, by quoting Matthew chapter 25, verse 21, where God said, "Well done, my good and faithful servant. You have been faithful with a few things. I will put you in charge of many things. Come and share your master's happiness." Maraming salamat, Ginoong Pangulo, and may God bless us all.
Thank you, Senator Villanueva. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I likewise request that the good sponsor make me a co-sponsor as well, considering that Apostle Ferriol is a close family friend, Mr. President. And I move likewise that all
Gladly, Mr.
members of this body be made as co-sponsors.
Gladly,
Including-
Mr. President.
And the speech, the sponsorship speech, likewise, co-sponsorship speech of the Honorable Senator Nancy Binay, also a close family friend of the Binay family, be inserted into the records, Mr. President.
So moved. Hearing no objection, the same is hereby approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move for the approval of the Journal of the 76th Session.
Session suspended.
The Senate President pro tempore is seeking the floor. But prior to that, Mr. President, this representation would likewise place into the records our statements of highest esteem for the leadership and hardworking ethics routine delivered by the former Senate Majority Leader, the Honorable Joel Villanueva, for having shepherded various measures during the 19th Congress, Mr. President. And as part of that, Mr. President, I would want to have that inserted into records. Mr. President,
So inserted.
That manifestation, Mr. President, is anterior to the suggestion of the Senate President pro tempore.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I just would like to deliver a speech commending my predecessor, former Senate President Pro Temp Lauren Legarda, if I may, Mr. President.
Session is suspended. The remarks of Senator Estrada, Chair would like to first recognize our distinguished Majority Floor Leader for the prior motion.
Yes, Mr. President, there being no other member who wishes to interpolate or propose amendments to the proposed resolution, I move that we adopt Senate Resolution 1035, subject to style, and that the same be given forthwith to the bereaved family of the late Apostol Feriol. Mr. President.
Hearing no objection, the same is hereby approved. Proposed Senate Resolution number 1035 is hereby adopted. And the Secretariat is hereby directed to immediately cause the preparation of the resolution to be given to the family of the late pastor through the gentleman from Bulacan, Senator Joel Villanueva.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Senate President pro tempore is seeking the floor.
Senator Estrada is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, dear colleagues, I rise today to sponsor a resolution commending the exceptional work of my predecessor, our esteemed colleague, the Honorable Senate President Pro Temp Lauren Legarda. Senator Legarda started her career in 1998 as the youngest elected senator, and now she is the most senior legislator in the 19th Congress, continuously serving the Filipino people for 4 terms. At syempre, sa mga batang 80s at 90s, kilalang kilala ang pangalan Lauren Legarda bilang pinakasikat, multi-awarded at hinahangaang broadcast journalist ng mga dekadang yun. Mr. President, she has a proven track record and it would speak for itself. Hindi na po natin kailangan isa-isahin ang lahat ng naipasa niyang batas dahil hindi na po yan mabilang simula nang pumasok siya sa Senado. Our former Senate President Pro Temp is an environmentalist and a staunch advocate of our cultural heritage. Her contributions stand out as a shining example of leadership and commitment to this important advocacy. And her dedication and tireless effort have not only protected our environment, but have also paved the way for our leaders to continue this very vital concern of the present times. Sa panahong hindi pa halos pinapansin ang mga environmental issues, climate change at natural disasters, nangunguna na po si Senator Legarda sa advokasya niya sa pagkakaroon ng climate-proof future para sa ating mga kababayan. Ginoong Pangulo, hindi may tatanggi ang dedikasyon ni Senator Legarda sa ating institusyon dahil minsan na rin siya naging Senate Majority Leader, ang nag-iisang female Majority Leader sa kasaysayan ng ating Senado. She has earned the respect not only of the Filipinos, but also recognized globally, especially the United Nations Global Champion on Resilience. Among many accomplishments she continues to do while being a 4-term senator, a visionary leader, and a dedicated public servant. Sobrang sipag kahit Biyernes po pumapasok sa kanyang tanggapan. And I should know because she is my neighbor in the 6th floor. At katuwang ko siya dahil po mahilig po magpakain sa mga kapwa niya senador katulad ko rin. In closing, Mr. President, Senator Lauren Legarda's dedication as Senate President Pro Temp earned her the respect and admiration of her peers and the public, reinforcing her legacy as a visionary leader and a steadfast defender of the rights and welfare of the Filipino people. Today, we commend her body of work, her leadership, and her exemplary performance as Senate President pro tempore during the first and second regular session of the 19th Congress. Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr.
The
President.
remarks of Senator Jinggoy are noted.
Mr. President, I was informed of the readiness of two of our colleagues to proceed within a short period of time, and I have been promised, Mr. President, that all contentious provisions were already agreed upon, thrashed out in details, Mr. President. And I'm referring now, Mr. President, to our lady colleagues who are still present in this chamber, Mr. President, specifically the Honorable Senator Cynthia Villar. Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill 2558. This bill is on the Livestock, Poultry, and Dairy Industry Development Competitiveness Act, Mr. President.
There is a motion. Hearing no objection, the same is approved. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the measure.
2558. Amendment na to, no? Amendment na pala. An act strengthening livestock, poultry, and dairy industry development and competitiveness, rationalizing the organization and functions of relevant government agencies, and creating a competitiveness enhancement fund, therefore.
I understand this in the stage of period of individual amendments.
Yes, Mr. President.
And for this purpose, the chair recognizes our hardworking chairperson of the Committee on Agriculture, Senator Cynthia Villar, and the lady from Taguig, Senator Pia Cayetano.
Mr. President, Senator Pia Cayetano will make her amendments.
Senator Cayetano is recognized. You may proceed, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, these are short amendments which we worked on for many hours with the staff of Senator Villar, our sponsor. But for the information of the body, so those who are interested may follow, these amendments are with respect to the jurisdiction of FDA and bureaus under the Department of Agriculture for clarification, Mr. President. So my first amendment will start on page 13, line 30. Delete the word processing and replace it with handling.
Wala
Submit.
dito yun.
What does the sponsor say?
We accept the amendment. Ito ba yun? Yun supposed to be, babasahin ko. Ito
The
yun.
proposed amendment having been accepted, the same is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President. The next item is number 2 on the same page 13, line 30. Delete the phrase process livestock and poultry produce and replace it with post-harvest stages.
What does the sponsor say?
I accept.
The proposed amendment having been accepted by the sponsor is hereby
Saan ba yun? Walang nakasunod.
approved and adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President. The next amendment is on page 15. And this is on line 4. Delete the phrase processed meat products, comma, meat processing, and replace it with post-harvest stages. We submit.
What does the sponsor say?
I accept.
The proposed amendment having been accepted by the sponsor is hereby approved and adopted.
Thank you. Mr. President, on page 15, line 8, after the word establishments, insert the phrase in the primary production and post-harvest stages.
Okay.
What does the sponsor say?
I accept.
The proposed amendment having been accepted by the sponsor is hereby approved and adopted.
And then still on page 15, delete lines 26 to 29 and replace it with, in accordance with Republic Act Number 10611 or the Food Security Act of 2013. The DA shall continue to regulate the primary production and post-harvest stages of the food supply chain.
What does the sponsor say?
I accept.
The proposed amendment, having been accepted by the sponsor, is hereby approved and adopted.
Mr. President, just for the record, the rationale for the amendments is because these processed meats are considered health products that are regulated by the FDA to ensure safety and quality to protect public health. I move on, Mr. President, to my next amendment, which is still on page 15, lines 30 to 32. And it goes on to page 16. So the amendment is delete lines 30 to 32 on page 15 and lines 1 to 11 on page 16, thereby deleting the entire section 13.
What does the sponsor say?
I accept.
The proposed amendment, having been accepted by the sponsor, is hereby approved and adopted.
And for the record, the rationale for this amendment is to ensure that we lodge the veterinary drugs and products, the regulation of veterinary drugs and products would continually be lodged with the FDA. Thank you, Mr. President.
The remarks of the lady are noted.
Can we ask her to repeat that last amendment?
It was not an amendment, distinguished sponsor. It was
Explanation.
the rationale behind the proposed amendment.
Okay. We accept. Oh.
Thank you, Mr. President. The next set of amendments will start on page 17, line 31. So I have page 17, line 31, and line 32. And then it goes on to the next page, which is page 18 and line 1. So I will read this together. On page 17, line 31, after the word all, insert the word local.
What does the sponsor say?
We accept.
Thank you, Mr.
The proposed
President.
amendment having been accepted, it is hereby approved and adopted.
On page 17, line 32, delete the word including.
What does the sponsor say?
We accept.
Having been accepted, same is hereby approved and adopted.
And on page 18, line 1, delete the phrase but not limited to domestic and international trading.
What does the sponsor say? Having been accepted, same is hereby approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 18, after line 17, insert the following paragraphs. Within 150 days from the effectivity of this act, the FTA and BAFS shall harmonize the standards and guidelines for the regulation of local milk and milk products. Next paragraph. Within 120 days from the effectivity of standards and guidelines, the FDA shall complete the capacitation of NDA in the implementation of the food safety standards and guidelines for the regulation of local milk and milk products. Next paragraph. Upon determination by FDA on the capability of NDA to fully implement the standards and guidelines set by the FDA and BAFS, the FDA may deputize the NDA in the inspection, licensing, and monitoring of establishments and the registration and monitoring of local milk and milk products. Next paragraph, the FDA shall exercise supervision over NDA's compliance with the standards and guidelines set by the FDA and BAFS. We submit, Mr. President.
What does the sponsor say?
We accept.
Having been accepted, same is hereby approved and adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Still on page 18, line 18, after the word functions, insert the phrase with respect to locally produced milk and milk products. We submit.
What does the sponsor say?
We accept.
Having been accepted, same is hereby approved and adopted.
Still on page 18, line 18, delete the phrase other agencies and replace with FDA.
What does the sponsor say?
We accept.
Having been accepted, same is hereby approved and adopted.
On page 20, line 3, after the word exchange, delete the word exportation and replace with the phrase packaging, exportation of milk and milk products.
What does
We
the sponsor
accept.
say?
We accept.
Having been accepted, same is hereby approved and adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Those are my amendments.
O, may natira pa.
We recognize that the sponsor would really like this measure passed, and so we worked for many hours with her staff, which I would like to express my gratitude to come up with the amendments. We would like to express our concern, though, that it is a very strong bill that is intended to strengthen local industries, which we fully support, Mr. President. We support the desire of the sponsor to strengthen the local dairy industry, which we feel is the step in the right direction. But this representation, having chaired the Committee on Health and having handled the budget of health for many years, strongly feels that the regulatory process must be in place and that the jurisdiction of FDA must be respected. If there is a need to push FDA, if they're not doing their job, then the proper actions can be taken, Mr. President. But the solution, which we thank the sponsor for accepting, is not to transfer the jurisdiction to a different agency. So on that note, Mr. President, I just also would like to express the concern of DOH that they be given more time to study this measure because of the repercussions. But we have informed them of our opportunity we've had to work with the sponsor, and some of the changes we made have just been made now without the opportunity to consult with DOH, but I leave it up to them to also follow the proceedings, Mr. President, as they have been duly informed. Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Madam Sponsor.
We thank the distinguished ladies of the floor. Majority Leader.
We recognize Senator Lauren Ligarda to make her amendments.
Mr. President, Senator Ligarda a while ago indicated her, may we know the preference of the Honorable Ligarda? Will it be today or
Today.
a later date?
Today.
The lady from Antique and Malabon is recognized for her proposed
Ito naman si Tolpin.
amendments.
Yeah, today.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the permission of the good sponsor, Senator Cynthia Villar, I wish to propose the following amendments on Senate Bill number 2558. On page 2, line 10, insert an additional policy as follows. The state shall protect and advance the right of the people to a balanced and healthful ecology in accord with the rhythm and harmony of nature, and in so doing, recognize and apply a true value system, including social and environmental cost implications relative to the utilization, development, and conservation of our natural heritage. I so move, Mr. President.
We accept,
Thank
Mr.
you.
President.
Thank you, Mr. President.
The proposed amendment having been accepted by the distinguished sponsor, same is hereby approved and adopted.
On page 5, line 15, after breeding farms, colon, insert the sentence, provided, comma, that the program shall provide for the use of local heritage breeds, colon. I so move, Mr. President.
We accept, Mr. President.
On page 5, line 27, after shrubs, colon, insert the sentence, provided, comma, that the program shall provide for the use of local perennial crops, including endemic and native varieties, comma, or those that can thrive in the country's tropical microclimate, which can be produced by the farmers themselves, colon. I so move, Mr. President.
Mr. President, we accept.
Both amendments having been accepted by the distinguished sponsor, they are hereby approved and adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 5, line 29, between the word animals and colon, insert a comma and the phrase including its integration into regenerative agriculture practices. I so move, Mr. President.
We accept.
Having been accepted, same is hereby approved and adopted.
On page 6, line 16, between the words in the and propagation, insert the word racing, comma. Moreover, on the same page, line 17, between the word distribution and of, insert a comma, and the phrase and regenerative farming practices. I so move.
We accept, Mr.
Having been
President.
accepted, the same is hereby approved and adopted.
On page 7, after line 24, add a new paragraph, N, to read as follows. Biodiversity, Natural Resources, and Climate Action Program. It will propose and implement the necessary safeguards to ensure that the Philippines meets its obligations under international conventions and agreements, comma, ensure that the country adopts a nature-first approach in any industry development initiative where every effort must be made to avoid causing harm to the existing biodiversity, to align the LPD industry with wider sustainable development outcomes. I so move, Mr. President.
We accept, Mr. President.
Having been accepted, the proposed amendment is hereby approved and adopted.
I thank the graciousness of the good sponsor for accepting all of my amendments. In summary, Mr. President, these amendments are intended to foster a more robust and sustainable agriculture sector that benefits farmers economically and supports ecological balance. Thank you, Mr. President.
Babasahin ko to.
Chair thanks the distinguished lady from Antigua and Malabon, Majority Leader.
I want to make additional amendment, Mr. President. Thank you.
Mr. President?
Additional amendments.
Anterior
Individual.
amendment.
Yeah.
Yes.
Those they did not read. Okay.
The distinguished sponsor is recognized. You may proceed, ma'am.
On page 18, line 18, after the word functions, insert the phrase with respect to locally produced milk and milk products. I so move, Mr. President.
So moved. Hearing no, Senator Pia is recognized.
I would just like to follow that. May we ask the sponsor to...
Session is suspended.
Okay.
On page 18, line 18, after the word functions, insert the phrase with respect to locally produced milk and milk products.
I believe we've already made that amendment, Mr. President. Number
Hindi
5 on our...
nabasa. Di daw nabasa, binantayan.
Mr. President, a minute suspension.
Session is suspended. Resumed.
Yeah. With the permission of the sponsor, I'll explain.
Yeah.
The sponsor is, we have the same amendment, and from my recollection, the amendment was read and accepted. But
If
for
that
her
has
honor's
been read and
piece of-
accepted, please withdraw
Yeah.
the amendments. Okay. Please check. Okay.
I can paano ba natin i-check to? I
Okay,
can,
that's okay.
we can just repeat it, Mr.
Session
President.
is suspended.
Okay. On page 20, line 4, after the word arrangement, insert the phrase on its own. On its own, ano to? For, or. On its own, or. So, I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, the same is approved and adopted.
On page 20, line 27, after the word from, insert the word local. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, same is approved and adopted.
And page 20, line 28, after the word over, insert the word local. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, the same is approved and
On
adopted.
page 21, deletes 1 to 3 and re-letter the succeeding sub-paragraphs accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
Hearing no objection, the same is hereby approved and adopted.
On page 21, line 13, delete the words border inspection and replace with regulatory. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, the same is hereby approved and adopted.
On page 21, line 22, delete the word first. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, same is hereby approved and adopted.
On page 21, line 23, delete the phrase and the PC's Philippine Carabao Center. Yan. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, the same is hereby approved and adopted.
On page 32, after line 5, insert another paragraph which shall read, Section 31, amendatory clause sections 15-A, 16, 16-B, and 18-A of Republic Act Number 10611 or the Food Safety Act of 2013 are hereby amended accordingly, and the succeeding section shall be renumbered accordingly. Those are the amendments, Mr. President, subject to style. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, same is hereby approved and adopted.
Yeah.
Majority Floor Leader.
Finish.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2558. Mr. President, I so move.
There is a motion. Hearing no objection, the same is hereby approved.
Mr. President, the gentleman from Valenzuela is seeking the floor.
Mr. President, I just want to...
Senator Gatchalian is recognized. You may proceed, sir.
Sorry, Mr. President. Mr. President, I would like to just insert into the records my speech to honor the life of Apostle Arceo T. Ferriol, the founder of the Pentecost. Ay, di, sabi ni majority.
I'm sorry.
The gentleman from Valenzuela still has the floor, Mr. President.
Sorry.
Please proceed, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I would just like to insert my speech to honor the life of Apostle Arceo T. Ferriol, founder of the Pentecostal Missionary Church of Christ, Fourth Watch.
The manifestation is duly noted. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, 1 minute suspension, Mr. President.
Suspended name bill. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, Senator Grace Poe wishes to insert into the records her manifestation. Oh, I withdraw my manifestation. Senator Grace Poe will deliver her manifestation relative to the previous resolutions adopted.
Senator Grace Poe is recognized. You may proceed, ma'am.
Mr. President, I join my colleagues in commending the leadership of one of the most effective consensus builder we have seen in our time, Senate President Miggs, the gentle yet effective whip of our Majority Floor Leader Joel, and the ever-assuring leadership of our Senate Pro Temp Lauren Legarda. Their strong and able leadership has carried us through some of the most challenging times that this institution has seen. From the colleagues in the floor to the staff and utility workers in the Senate, Senate President Zubiri has always been ready with a smile and a good morning, my dear, or thank you, my dear. Your sweetness made our heavy workloads just a little bit lighter. Thank you, SP Miggs. I also want to take this time to thank Majority Leader for taking on the very difficult task of guiding us as we discuss each item and issue in each session day. I am forever in awe of your never-ending energy, even as we tackled our budget issues until 3 a.m. It is an understatement to say that our Senate President pro tempore Legarda is an authority in legislation. She has been a legislator since 1998, having served both in the Senate of the Philippines and the House of Representatives. I will take notes of her work when she chaired the Committee on Finance in the 17th Congress as I step into this role today. The previous leadership's ability to motivate us to meet the demands of the Filipino people has fostered a culture of excellence and collaboration in our institution. You have steered the Senate through rough seas, and we have emerged in top shape and prepared to weather any storm that would now come our way. Ang nararamdaman ng mga tao ay isang mapagkalingang Senado na may puso para sa bayan. The Senate, under the excellent guidance of our former Senate leaders, achieved its highest satisfaction rating in SWS history since 1998. I think I speak for everyone when I say that it has been truly an honor and a privilege following your leadership as we passed landmark measures and tackled many issues that plagued the country and the Senate in the last 2 years. I join my colleagues in expressing our utmost gratitude for your able leadership, and I hope to continue to be on your side as we work on laws and reforms for our beloved country. May your legacy of hard work and excellence guide us. Thank you, Senator SP Miggs, Pro Temp Loren, and Majority Leader Villanueva. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President,
The gentlelady from Taguig is seeking the floor, Mr. President.
Senator Pia Cayetano is recognized.
thank you, Mr. President. I would also like to take this opportunity to echo the sentiments of our dear colleague, Senator Grace Poe. I'd like to honor Senator Mig Zubiri, my walking partner, which will continue. Senator Mig Zubiri truly shepherded us through very trying times. Many of you will recall the late hours we spent, and I'm sure he and his leadership team spent even more late hours over the past few months, Mr. President. We had many caucuses, many long discussions, and no one can question the Senate President's desire to find a solution. No one can begin to say that not all opportunities, not all roads were explored to find solutions to what may continue to be issues that we will be facing, Mr. President. I truly admire you. And I want to say that I do not know anyone who has the bandwidth for patience and consensus building as your honor has. That bandwidth is something that I would sometimes not just super admire but get frustrated with, because really there is no end to your desire to find a solution to problems, Mr. President. I really want His Honor to remember that, to know that we and I witnessed it and I saw it, and really, Mr. President, that is a trait that we will never forget, and it's a trait that makes you the great leader that you are. I then also would like to commend my brother, Senator Joel Villanueva, who may not have the same style of patience and consensus building as our Senate President, but I had the best laughs with him just to help him get through the difficult task of getting the job done. If our Senate President Zubiri had to work in and outside of the halls of the Senate, our Majority Floor Leader limited, I think in many ways, limited his life, sacrificed his family life, as the Senate President did, to get things moving here in the Senate. And I also admire him from the bottom of my heart for his patience. It did not always show, but they got the work done. The frustration showed on the face many times. Wag na ho nating asahan na magbabago pa yon, and asahan pa natin na it will show in the days to come. But you are truly loved for who you are, Majority Floor Leader. And then, of course, our Senate President Pro Temp, who needs no introduction. She is who she is in the Senate. We would not be who we are today without the invaluable contribution of our Senate President Pro Temp, who adds decorum, style, culture, never hesitates, including our dinner with the President, to share her deep knowledge of history with all of us, and her passion for protecting the environment and the climate. All of these are words of wisdom that I hope the younger generation will be patient enough to absorb and to understand, because each one of us, as exemplified by our Senate President Pro Temp, carries the history and the humanity of the Senate. So thank you, Madam Senate President Pro Temp. And then, of course, to my chief, the chairman of the Committee on Finance, who very patiently sat through 5 years of hearings and debates and floor debates, both on the floor and off the floor, very patiently. And I always wondered why he didn't bother to go home during the hours that he had his vice chairmans on the floor. I would like to think that you trusted us, but you never left, and you should have left and gotten some sleep. But he would always just be in the back watching it from the screen and never leaving during his watch. So again, we're also truly thankful for not just doing your job, but making sure that all of us also had the opportunity to do our job well by accommodating the advocacies that we had, and even finding space for difficult but necessary projects that we all collectively wanted to include in the budget. Thank you for that to my chairman, Senator Angara. And to the rest of the team that completed the leadership of Senate President Zubiri. I know your work could not be done with all of them. They are people who worked with you on and off the floor and on and off hours. So thank you to all of you. Thank you, Mr. President.
The remarks of the lady are duly noted. Majority Floor Leader.
Senator Angara is seeking the floor, Mr. President.
Senator Angara is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Not to take up too much time of the plenary at this time, I just want to thank the lady from Taguig for her very kind words, and I loved working with her as the Senior Vice Chair for issues on education and health, which we share a passion for. Thank you very much.
Remarks of the gentleman are noted. Majority Floor Leader.
Just a reminder.
The Senate President Zubiri is
Senate
recognized.
President, yes, thank you very much, Senate President. Just a reminder to the Senate President that this team is a hardworking team. We're the only ones here left, Mr. Senate President, so that you know that we're here to support you in to listen to your valedictory, I guess your report to the people of the Republic. If he's going to give a speech, we're here to be with you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senate President Zubiri. I assure you it will be very brief because it's been only 2 days.
Thank you. Mr. President, may I just be allowed to make a very short manifestation?
Senator Villanueva is
Thank you.
recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, just to put on record our sincerest thanks and gratitude to some of our colleagues, namely Senator Poe and Senator Pia Cayetano, for appreciating what we have worked for, the countless hours and the sacrifices, even the extra mile that we needed to walk just to deliver what we can deliver in the name of public service for our country and people. So we just wanted to put on record that we did that not for this particular time where we knew that someday it will be appreciated. Whether it will be appreciated or not, we know that we are doing it for the glory of our God. Thank you, Mr. President.
Remarks of the gentleman are noted. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, there are still 4 items left in our agenda for today. And the gentleman from Valenzuela is seeking the floor, but I don't see the minority leader around, Mr. President. So, to expedite, Mr. President, may we, with the permission of Senator Gatchalian, to expedite the proceedings, may we recognize the gentle lady from Capiz to sponsor in quick succession multiple resolutions, Mr. President, concerning.
Session is suspended. The parliamentary status is that the Majority Leader asked for the recognition of Senator Lauren Legarda. The chair now hereby recognizes Senator Lauren.
Yes.
Session is suspended.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body again, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders, Committee Report 259 on Senate Bill 2583. This is the bill on Aklan, Piña Museum and Cultural Center Act. Mr. President, I so move.
There is a motion. Secretary hearing no objection, same is hereby approved. Secretary General is directed to read the title of the measure.
An act establishing the Aklan Piña Museum and Cultural Center in the Municipality of Calibo, Province of Aklan, its satellite centers, defining its purposes and appropriating funds therefor.
Mr. President, I move that we consider Senate Bill 2583 under Committee Report 259, Mr. President.
There is a motion. Hearing no objection, same is hereby approved.
To sponsor the measure, I move to recognize Senator Lauren Legarda, Chairperson of the Committee on Culture and Arts, to deliver her sponsorship speech.
Senator Legarda is recognized. You may proceed, ma'am.
Mr. President, on December 5th of last year, the United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization, UNESCO, inscribed the Piña handloom weaving of Aklan into the representative list of the intangible cultural heritage of humanity, a testament to the tireless efforts of many, particularly of our weaving communities and the National Commission for Culture and the Arts, to preserving the country's cultural heritage. Locally known as piña, this exquisite fabric is woven from the fibers of the red Spanish pineapple variety, renowned for its durability and transformed into garments of elegance by the skilled hands of Aquianon weavers. Piña is a living tradition, a craft passed down through generations within families, nurtured in schools of living traditions, established through the collaboration of local communities and government. This UNESCO inscription is not only a recognition of the craftsmanship behind piña, it marks the first ever intangible cultural heritage element from our nation in traditional craftsmanship, and the first from the Visayas region. This honor joins the ranks of other celebrated cultural treasures that showcase our nation's traditional expressions and culture, such as the Ifugao Hudhud chants, the Punok ritual, the Meranao Darangan epic in the Subanon Buklog ritual. Mr. President, we have to further develop and promote the Piña tradition. The establishment of the Aklan Piña Museum and Cultural Center through Senate Bill 2583 represents a significant step in this direction. This museum and cultural center will be multifunctional, interdisciplinary, offering education, leisure, arts, culture promotion, fostering social integration among community members, and drawing volunteers from the local community, all working together to safeguard our intangible cultural heritage. Focusing on the local community as its primary audience, the center will be a hub for creative discourse. Through this museum and cultural center, we will ensure that the stories and skills embedded in the delicate fibers of piña continue to inspire and enrich lives. This center will be a testament to the resilience and creativity of our people, a place where tradition and innovation coexist, and where every visitor, whether local resident or a curious traveler, can find the peace of Aklan's soul. Maraming salamat po. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Mr. President.
The gentleman from Bulacan is
Yes,
recognized.
Mr. President, very short, Mr. President, and with the indulgence of our principal author of the measure, if I may be allowed to co-author and co-sponsor the measure. I was in Kalibo, Aklan a couple of weeks ago to celebrate Aklan Day. I was their guest speaker, and I had the chance to visit their exhibit, the Piña exhibit, Mr. President, and I vowed to our fellow Aklanons that I will be supportive, fully supportive of this particular measure. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, distinguished colleague.
Thank you very much.
The Deputy Minority Leader is taking the floor, Mr. President.
Senator Risa Ontiveros is recognized. You may proceed, ma'am.
Salamat, Mr. President. As a granddaughter of Aklan, through my grandfather, Jose Miraflores Ontiveros, with the kind indulgence of the good sponsor, may I also please be considered as a co-author and co-sponsor. Maraming pong salamat, Mr. President.
We thank the good daughter of Panay.
The manifestation is duly noted.
Mr. President.
Senator Pia Cayetano is recognized.
Mr. President, in the interest of time, I will I ask that my my speech that supports the sponsorship of the Honorable Senator Legarde is just placed into the record, Mr. President.
The manifestation of the lady from Taguig is duly noted.
And may I be a co-author and co-sponsor too? Thank you.
Maybe ask the Secretariat to kindly note the members raising their hands who are manifesting to be made co-authors of the same.
Mr. President, I move that all members here present be made co-authors as well.
So moved by the distinguished Majority Floor Leader. Hearing no objection, same is hereby approved.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2583. So moved, Mr. President.
Hearing no objection, same is hereby approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders Committee Report number 260 on Senate Bill 2690. This is the bill on the Bacoor Assembly of 1898 Act. Mr. President.
Hearing no objection, the same is hereby approved. Secretary General is directed to read the title of the measure.
An act declaring August 1 of every year a special working holiday to be known as the Araw ng Paglalathala at Pagtatanyag ng Kasarinlan ng Pilipinas.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, to sponsor the measure, I move to recognize Senator Lauren Ligada, Chairperson of the Committee on Culture and Arts, to deliver the sponsorship speech.
Senator Legarde is recognized. You may proceed, ma'am.
Mr. President, my esteemed colleagues, I proudly proclaim today, just as 200 of our forebears did at a very important assembly in 1898, a momentous day in Philippine history. Through this August chamber, the present generation acknowledges a significant event in our past that was nearly consigned to the dustbins of history as a minor footnote. I am referring to the Bacoor Assembly that transpired on August 1, 1898, during the tumultuous days of our struggle for independence. This event was erroneously dubbed by previous historians as ratification of independence. But the truth is, the Bacoor Assembly was convened in order to publish and to let our independence be known to the world. Apolinario Mabini wrote and prepared the Acta de Independencia, signed by around 200 elected local officials representing 16 provinces. President Emilio Aguinaldo approved the said Act of Independence, which was eventually disseminated worldwide. The Malolos Congress ratified such an important document on September 29, 1898. The Acta was a product of a series of events when Emilio Aguinaldo returned to the Philippines on May 19, 1898 from exile in Hong Kong. We started to taste the Filipino victory in the Battle of Alapan on May 28, 1898. Town by town, Filipinos achieved a string of victories over the Spaniards, leading President Aguinaldo to proclaim our independence on June 12, 1898, introducing our national flag and national anthem. These events were followed by decrees constituting our national and local governments, and later the swearing-in of municipal presidents on August 1, 1898 in Bacoor. After they took their oath, Apolinario Mabini presented them the Act of Independence, which they unanimously approved. Allow me to quote the August 1, 1898 Act of Independence with minor modifications for better appreciation. Ang mga punong napipirma sa ibaba na nahalal sa mga bayang nasasakop ng mga probinsya o kabayanang nakatala sa huli ayon sa ipinagbibilin sa utos ng ika-18 at tagubiling ng ika-20 ng Hunyong nagdaan na mapagtibay na sa kani-kanilang katungkulan ng presidente ng gobyerno at magawa sa harap nito ang panunumpang nauukol ay nagkatipon sa isang malaking kapisanan upang mapagpulungan ang paglathala at pagtatanyag ng kasarinlan ng Pilipinas. This beginning paragraph clearly explains the nature and purpose of August 1, 1898 Act of Independence, an act of duly elected local officials deliberating our freedom and making our independence known to the world. I am very thankful that this significant event in our history will be properly commemorated as an equally important event during our campaign for independence. I would like to thank the author of this bill in the lower house, Congresswoman Lani Mercado Revilla. The author of the bill in the Senate, Senator Ramon Bong Revilla Jr. The National Historical Commission of the Philippines Chairperson, Lisa Guerrero Nakpil, and of course all the members of the board of the NHCP for actively participating in scrutinizing the bill, and the collaboration of the Bacoor City and the Bacoor Historical Society. Worth mentioning is Dr. Emmanuel F. Calairo, immediate past chairperson of the NHCP, for marking this forgotten phase in our struggle for freedom. Finally, I would like to thank my colleagues at the Senate for extending your steadfast support for this measure. Thank you for very much at isang makasaysayang gabi sa ating lahat.
Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration. Yes. My colleague my kababayan from Cavite is seeking the floor, Mr. President.
The gentleman from Cavite is recognized. Would you like to submit your co-sponsorship or deliver it?
I'll deliver it. Okay lang.
The gentleman may proceed if he can manage.
For the Bacoreños, just a short.
Senator Revilla is recognized. You may proceed, sir.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, I rise today to co-sponsor Senate Bill number 2690, or an act declaring August 1 of every year a special working holiday to be known as the Araw ng Paglalathala at Pagtatanyag ng Kasarinlan ng Pilipinas. We thank Senator Loren Legarda, our true cultural champion, for shepherding this measure. Ma'am, thank you very much. Bilang isang tubong Cavite at taga Bacoor, malalim po ang ating pagpapahalaga ukol sa mga kaganapan at na pumapalibot sa pagbawi ng ating mga ninunong bayani sa kasarinlan at kalayaan ng ating bayan. In our veins run the blood that our forefathers shed, the blessings of freedom and peace that we enjoy today. Kung kaya't isang malaking karangalan po na maisulong sa bulwagang ito ang panukalang pinagtitibay ang ating pagkakalinlanlan bilang isang malayang bayan. At bahagi ng ating pagbabalik tanaw ay ang pagpapahalaga sa mga pangyayari tungo sa Pilipinas na mayroon tayo ngayon. Ang ating pagkilala sa unang araw ng Agosto kada taon bilang isang special working holiday ay simbolo ng pagbubuklat sa mga pahina ng ating mayamang kasaysayan. Ito ay bunga ng pag-aaral at pagsasaliksik ng ating mga eksperto. At ang tanging layunin natin ay kilalanin ang papel na ginampanan ng Bacoor Assembly 1898 sa pagpapalaya ng bayang binihag ng mga banyaga. Bawat yugto ng ating kasaysayan ay ang pundasyon siya namang tinutungtungan ng ating bukas. At ang paglingon natin sa mga aral ng nakalipas ang ating kalasag tungo sa patuloy na pag-alab ng apoy ng pagmamahal sa bayan ay lagi nating handang pag-alayan ng ating dugo at buhay. Kalakip po ng pagbubunyi sa araw na ito ay ang hiling mula sa buong kapulungan na suportahan din ng panukalang ito upang bigyang pugay ang kabanatang ito sa ating kasaysayan at ang kagitingan at kadakilaan ng mga bayaning tumindig upang maiwagayway ang taas noo at buong tapang ang bandila ng ating kasarinlan. Mulit-muli po ang ating paninindigan, kalayaan, kasaysayan at kultura. Ito ang mga bantayan ng ating pagka-Pilipino. Maraming salamat po.
The Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I likewise ask that I be made a co-sponsor of this landmark bill coming from our great province of Cavite, Mr. President.
Manifestation of the Majority Leader is noted.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill 2690.
There is a motion. Hearing no objection, same is hereby approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, with the consent of this body, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders Committee Report number 261 on House Bill 10048. This is the bill granting Philippine citizenship to Alexander Corovin. Mr. President.
There is a motion. Hearing no objection, same is hereby approved. Secretary General is directed to read the title of the measure.
An act granting Philippine citizenship to Alexander Sergeyevich Korovin.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that I be recognized, may I be recognized to deliver the sponsorship speech, Mr. President.
The Majority Leader is recognized.
Mr. President, as chairman, a former chairman of the Committee on Justice and Human Rights, it is with great pride and honor that I stand before this chamber to sponsor House Bill 10048, taking into consideration Senate Bill 2641, a measure that will grant Filipino citizenship to Mr. Alexander Gayevich Corobin. Mr. President, kakaunti po nakakilala kay Mr. Corobin, pero sa dami po ng kanyang medalya, ginagamit po ang bandera ng Pilipinas, ang bandila ng Pilipinas. Siya po ay kilalang-kilala na ng ating mga kabataang Pilipino. Having been a winner of the Grand Prix medal, a silver medal from the 28th Skate America, the International Skating Union Challenger Series, Mr. President, among others. We heard his name resoundingly when he represented the Philippine flag on international stage alongside his new partner, Filipina skater Isabela Gomez. Despite their brief skating together, Corobin and Gomez have rapidly ascended their ranks, currently holding the 8th spot in the world. They are trailblazers, being the first pair to secure international medal for the Philippines, earning the Trophée Métropole Nicole Côte d'Azur in France in October 2022. Together, they are making history as the first pair from Southeast Asia to qualify and compete in the World Figure Skating Championships event last 2023, one step closer to qualifying to the 2026 Winter Olympics, the ultimate goal for sports. But there is more about Mr. Corobin. During the naturalization process, hearings, Mr. President, this representation presided over, Mr. Corobin expressed, and I quote, I would like to state Russian skater.
Don't listen to me.
I should have presented a PowerPoint, but because of the physical fatigue of this representation, I forgot to prepare that. I would like to quote during the hearing, Mr. President, what he said. I would like to state that me seeking Filipino citizenship is not just for sports. I really want to become a Filipino, and I love the Philippines. And of course, I will give all my best to bring glory and pride to the Philippines. He's currently a resident of Muntinlupa City, Metro Manila, Mr. President. He further stated his willingness to work with groups here in the Philippines in training young children and helping them reach their full potential to achieve their goals. Mr. President, I will submit into the records an expanded version of my sponsorship speech. My esteemed colleagues, I seek your full support in this measure. Let us welcome Mr. Corobin not just as a citizen, but as a beacon of hope and an excellence for the Philippines. Mabuhay po ang Philippine sports. Mr. President.
Mr. President, if I may, just very quick manifestation, Mr. President.
The sponsorship speech of...
I am not co-sponsoring, Mr. President. I would just like to state into the
Senator
record.
Villanueva is recognized.
Because I have not seen or witnessed sponsorship on citizenship without seeing the person asking for citizenship, Mr. President. So I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong, if this is the first time that I am experiencing this. I'm not objecting, Mr. President, but I'd like to just put on record, Mr. President, my reservation, Mr. President. But I am not objecting, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President.
We thank the magnanimity of the gentleman from Bulacan.
Baka po kasi maging mayor din ng Banban yon, Mr. President.
And his remarks are duly noted.
Mr. President,
Majority Leader.
the applicant whose measure originated from the House was here during the several hearings. He just have to undergo continuous training somewhere in Russia because we don't have snow and ice here in the Philippines, Mr. President, considering the El Nino. But he still maintains his residence in Alabang, Muntinlupa, Mr. President. But rest assured, the gentleman from Bulacan, during the period of amendments, Mr. President, we will require Mr. Corobin to be present, Mr. President.
Thank you, distinguished Majority Floor Leader. What is your pleasure with respect to
Mr.
this
President,
motion?
I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 10048. Mr. President.
There being no objection, same is hereby approved.
Mr. President, two of our colleagues are seeking the floor.
Mr. President, 2 minutes lang.
Senator Grace Poe.
Senator Grace Poe is recognized. You may proceed, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. President. Earlier, I delivered manifestation actually recognizing the leadership of the headed by Senator Mig Zubiri and also our pro temp and also our majority leader, Villanueva. This time, I'd also like to pay tribute to those that resigned their seats, particularly our former finance chair, who I would like to echo what Senator Pia said. He was probably the only finance chair I remember who would stay on while others were assigned to do the budget hearings at the time, the vice chairs. And he was also the one who expanded it to make it more equitable, that he accepted as many vice chairs to take part in the budget deliberations. He was also very patient with the amendments that we asked for our advocacies. He was very fair, and so I thank him. I would also like to recognize Senator Nancy of Accounts. Of course, nothing will really happen here in the Senate if we didn't have the proper budget. And I know that it's a difficult period, but I believe we should give credit where credit is due. Our Senate, the new Senate building, will not be at its particular level of progress at this point if our senator in charge of accounts did not really pay attention, focus, and made sure that we had the best deal and the best designs, and the money was disbursed on time. And also, of course, for feeding all of us properly, so that we had the energy to do our work. So thank you very much to my colleagues for their hard work, and I will always seek guidance from our very intelligent finance chair so that he can guide me as I take on this new role. Thank you, Mr. President.
The remarks of the lady are noted.
Mr. President, Justice Angara is seeking the floor.
Senator Angara is recognized. You may proceed, sir.
I know it's late, and I know the presiding officer wants to stay a lot more, but I just want to thank the incoming chair of finance, and I remember when she asked me to be a vice chair, and I did not hesitate because she was the chair of the public services, and really I knew how much she cared for the transport sector. That's why she was the right person to head the budget of the DOTR. And because of that, we had libreng sakay, we had bike lanes, along with Senator Pia, a shared advocacy of ours, so, and the former Senate President. So I thank her for the kind words, and I wish her well in the coming months, and I'm here to support her in any way that I can. Thank you, Mr. President.
We thank the distinguished gentleman from Aurora, and his remarks are noted.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2457 under Committee Report number 160. This is the bill redefining the application of the mother tongue as the medium of instruction. Mr. President, I was under the instruction of the sponsor of this measure, the Honorable Sherwin Gatchalian, that the proposed amendments would be swift and limited to just 2 pages under a timetable of 8 to 10 minutes, Mr. President.
I thought you were going to say 1 minute per page. Senator Gatchalian is recognized for his proposed amendments.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status
Oh, I'm
is...
sorry. Yes.
Yes, Mr. President, the parliamentary status, and I withdraw my previous statement, is we are in the period of interpellation. With that, I move to resume the period of interpellation and recognize the sponsor, Senator Gatchalian, and the minority leader would be the interpellator, Mr. President.
Thank you. Mr. President,
Will the interpellation be 2 pages or 2 questions?
I thank the majority leader for resuming the period of interpellation. So there will be an interpellation, Mr. President. It will be brief, Mr. President. Just to because I met with the sponsor for hours over this bill, Mr. President. Siguro instead of undergoing the original planned interpellation, if we can just summarize what the amendments will try to achieve, di ba? So yun na lang po. If I can ask the sponsor to summarize now the consensus that he has built around the bill, so that we will understand the amendments that will be proposed later on. So,
Thank you. Thank
The
you.
remarks of our minority leader are noted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I do confirm that this representation and the good minority leader met and discussed this proposed measure for a length of time. And in summary, Mr. President, the objective is to come up with stricter criteria on the implementation of mother tongue in monolingual areas or monolingual classes. Sorry, in monolingual classes. At the same time, the implementation in monolingual classes will be optional as well, Mr. President. So that in summary, those are the two features that will be introduced through amendments, Mr. President.
In short, Mr. President, in short, what is the essence of our measure now after we will amend it? We will call for the discontinuation of the mother tongue program
As medium of instruction.
as a medium of instruction as it is being implemented today.
Correct, Mr. President.
Okay, and then there will be a lot of reforms needed before it can be the mother tongue as a medium of instruction can be relaunched as a program.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And one of the most important criteria will be mother tongue can only be implemented as medium of instruction in monolingual classes.
Yes.
And at the same time, before it's even implemented in monolingual classes, it has to fulfill several what we call four minima or basic requirements to be able to implement it properly, Mr. President.
There will be requirements to be able to be treated as a monolingual class, and there will be requirements in the identification of a mother tongue.
Yes, correct,
Okay,
Mr. President.
So with that, with those clarifications, Mr. President, I now terminate my interpellation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Chair thanks the gentleman, the distinguished minority floor leader.
Mr. President.
Majority floor leader.
Mr. President, there being no other member who wishes to interpellate, I move that we close the period of interpellation.
There is a motion. Hearing no objection. Same is hereby approved. Period of interpellation and debate on the measure.
Mr. President, again with the consent of the body, I move to open the period of amendments, and as indicated by the minority leader as well as the principal sponsor, this will be an abbreviated litany of amendments, Mr. President, for consideration of this body.
There is a motion. Hearing none. Same is approved. The period of committee amendments is hereby opened. The sponsor, Senator Gatchalian, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the indulgence of our colleagues, and I know it's quite late already.
It is?
Yes, Mr. President, so I will do this as fast as possible. Mr. President, on page 1, line 1, replace the word redefining with discontinuing and the word application with use. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. Same is approved.
On the same page, line 2, also replace the word application with use. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. Same is approved.
On the same page, line 7, replace the word redefined with discontinue. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. Same is approved.
Still on page 1, lines 8 to 9, delete the sentence, it shall be used as medium of instruction in monolingual classes from kindergarten to grade 3. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. Same is approved.
And lastly, for page 1, lines 10 to 12, delete the words except for these monolingual classes, the delivery of basic education shall continue to use the official languages of the Philippines under Article 14, Section 7 of the 1987 Constitution, which are, then insert the phrase, the medium of instruction shall revert to before the word Filipino. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. Same is approved.
On page 2, line 1, insert a comma after the word English, then insert the phrase pursuant to Article 14, Section 7 of the 1987 Constitution. So move, Mr.
Any
President.
objection? Hearing none. Same is approved.
On the same page, line 5, Mr. President, after semicolon, insert the word requirements to be followed by another semicolon. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. Same is approved.
Still on page 2, line 7, delete the word shall continue to be adhered to and replace them with the words may be applied and still on the same line, after the word classes, replace the period with a colon and insert the following proviso. Provided that the mother tongue to be used as medium of instruction shall comply with the following requirements, colon, an official orthography developed and published by the Commission sa Wikang Filipino, KWF, semicolon, officially documented vocabulary published by the KWF, such as glossary, dictionary, encyclopedias, or thesaurus, semicolon, literature on languages and culture, such as big books, small books, picture stories, wordless picture books, semicolon, grammar book, semicolon, and availability of teachers in the school who speak and are trained to teach in the mother tongue. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, the same is approved.
Mr. President, this is an introduction of Senator Villanueva.
Can I, Mr. President, introduce on page 2, line 10?
Senator Villanueva is recognized
Thank you
to
very much, Mr.
propose his
President.
amendments.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 2, line 10, after the phrase, the Department of Education, DepEd, shall insert a comma and the phrase in consultation with the KWF. Thus, the provision will now read as follows. The Department of Education, DepEd, shall, in consultation with the KWF, comma, develop a language mapping policy within 1 year from the effectivity of this act and implement a language mapping framework to properly identify and classify learners based on their mother tongue in order to systematically determine the existence of monolingual classes per school year. We submit to the wisdom of the sponsor. The sponsor would accept.
What does the sponsor say?
I accept, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Having been accepted, the proposed amendment is hereby approved and adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the following amendment is from Senator Villanueva. On page 2, line 11, after the word policy, insert the phrase within 1 year from the effectivity of this act. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, same is approved.
Still on page 2, line 7 to 14, these last two sentences shall be the second paragraph of section 2. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, same is approved.
The next amendment is from Senator Villanueva. Once again, on page 2, line 16, insert a new section 3 to read as follows. Section 3, reportorial requirement. 3 years after the effectivity of this act and every 3 years thereafter, the DepEd shall conduct a review of the optional implementation of the MTB-MLE program in monolingual classes, including learner assessment, teacher recruitment, and matching, development of learning resources published in the mother tongue, capacity building efforts for teachers, and funding requirements for the program. The report shall be submitted to the President, the Senate President, and the House of Representatives, Senate of the Philippines, and the House of Representatives not later than June 30 following the year of review. The report shall also include recommendations to address gaps in the law and/or the implementation of this act. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, the same is approved.
Mr. President, then a second paragraph will be added to the new section 3 from Senator Coco Pimentel. The report shall further include recommendations on whether to continue or discontinue the optional use of mother tongue as medium of instruction in monolingual classes based on the review conducted by the DepEd. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, same is approved.
Mr. President, the next is an amendment from our good minority leader, Senator Pimentel. After the new section 3, insert a new section 4 to read as follows. Section 4, administrative sanctions. Violations of this provision, violations of the provisions of this act shall be subject to administrative sanctions based on relevant laws. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, same is approved.
Mr. President, the following amendment is from Senator Villanueva. After the new section 4, insert a new section 5 to read as follows. Section 5, appropriations. The amount needed for the implementation of this act shall be charged against the current year's appropriation of the DepEd. Thereafter, such sums as may be necessary for the continued implementation of this act shall be included in the annual general appropriations GAA. So moved, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, same is approved.
And renumber accordingly, Mr. President. Mr. President, on page 2,
So ordered.
Yep. On page 2, lines 17 to 18, delete the words Commission sa Wikang Filipino and insert the acronym KWF. So moved, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, same is approved.
Ito. And finally, Mr. President, amend the title to read as follows. An act discontinuing the use of the mother tongue as medium of instruction from kindergarten to grade 3, providing for its optional implementation in monolingual classes, and amending for the purpose Sections 4 and Section 5 of Republic Act Number 10533, otherwise known as the Enhanced Basic Education Act. So moved, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, same is approved.
That's it, Mr. President. Thank you very much for your indulgence.
We thank the distinguished sponsor for his proposed amendments as well. Majority Leader?
Mr. President, considering that there are no members who will, there are no individual amendments, other individual amendments, I move to close the period of individual amendments, Mr. President.
The period of both committee and individual amendments are hereby closed. There being no objection to the motion of the Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we approve, with the consent of the body, on second reading, Senate Bill 2457. So moved, Mr. President.
There is a motion to approve on second reading. The aforementioned measure, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. The proposed measure is hereby approved on second reading.
Mr. President, some administrative items, Mr. President. I move that we dispense with the reading of the Journal of the 76th Session, Tuesday, May 21, 2024, and consider the same as approved.
There is a motion, hearing none. The journal is hereby considered approved.
Mr. President, may we now proceed with the final resolutions for the Senate adjournment, Mr. President?
Majority Leader may proceed.
Mr. President, I move that we consider proposed Senate Resolution 1030. 1030.
There is a motion. Hearing no objection, the same is hereby approved. Secretary General is directed to read the title of the measure.
Resolution declaring as read and approved the Journal of the 77th Session of the Senate.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we adopt proposed Senate Resolution 1030. Mr. President.
There is a motion. Hearing no objection, the same is hereby approved.
Mr. President, I move that we consider Senate Resolution 1031.
There is a motion. Hearing no objection, same is hereby approved. Secretary General is directed to read the title of the measure.
Resolution authorizing the production and distribution of 20 printed and 100 digital copies of the Journal and the Record of the Senate for the second regular session of the 19th Congress of the Philippines.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we adopt proposed Senate Resolution 1031.
There is a motion. Hearing no objection, the same is hereby adopted.
Mr. President, I move that we consider Senate Concurrent Resolution number 18. I so move, Mr. President.
There is a motion. Hearing no objection, same is hereby adopted. Secretary General is directed to read the title of the measure.
Concurrent resolution providing for the adjournment of the second regular session of the 19th Congress of the Philippines, not later than 12 o'clock midnight today, May 22, 2024.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we adopt. I move that we adopt Senate Concurrent Resolution number 18, Mr. President.
There is a motion to adopt Senate Concurrent Resolution number 18. Hearing no objection, the same is hereby adopted.
Mr. President, in conformity with Senate concurrent resolution number 18, which we have just adopted. I move that the committee of the Senate, as provided therein, be composed of Senators Jinggoy Estrada, Sherwin Gatchalian, and the Honorable Minority Leader Aquilino Pimentel III. I so move, Mr. President.
There is a motion. Hearing no objection, the same is hereby adopted.
Mr. President, it might...
Session is suspended.
Mr. President, at this juncture,
Majority Leader?
Mr. President, at this juncture, may we request the Honorable Senate President pro tempore, who is... 1 minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
President, if I may, just one very short...
The gentleman from Bulacan is recognized. Senator
Thank you.
Villanueva may proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, just to put on record that this representation prepared to defend the priority measure of the President, which is the enterprise-based education and training. Unfortunately, Mr. President, the past few days and weeks, this representation gave way to a lot of bills, especially priority bills, despite the fact that sometimes I'm also surprised that we are tackling non-priority measures, Mr. President. But I just want to put on record that we have been here and we have been ready to defend our bill, the enterprise-based and education training, which was conducted in your committee, Mr. President, in your committee, the Committee on Higher Education and Technical Vocational Education, Mr. President, which this representation was designated as subcommittee chair. So I just wanted to put that on record that we are ready, Mr. President, but unfortunately it's not in the agenda. But if the minority and the members of this august chamber would like to tackle it, I'm also ready. I just want to put that on record. Thank you, Mr. President.
The remarks of the gentleman are noted. Senator, our Minority Leader.
Given our resolution earlier, we still have around 3 hours to conduct business. So we can accommodate the manifestation of the good gentleman.
The remarks of the Minority Leader are noted.
Mr. President, I just got my second wind, Mr. President. A belated manifestation from Senator Bongo. He would want to insert in the records his co-sponsorship speech relative to the death of our good Reverend Apostol Ferriol, Mr. President. Mr. President.
I think the motion earlier was to make all members, not only those present, compared to the other resolutions, as co-authors.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this juncture, Mr. President, the chamber is now ready to hear your closing statement, Mr. President.
Thank you, Majority Leader. Gaya ng sinabi ko kanina, 2 araw pa lamang po ako naninilbihan bilang bagong tagapangulo ng Senado. Simple lamang ang nais kong parating na sabihing mensahe. Sa muli, taus-pusong pagbati at pasasalamat kay Senate President Zubiri at ang liderato ng Senado nitong nagdaang 2 taon sa taus-pusong serbisyo nila sa bayan, gayon din sa bawat isang miyembro ng Senado. At nais ko rin pong parating ang aking taus-pusong pasasalamat at sa lahat po ng naniwala, nagtiwala, at inihiling ko po ang inyong paumanhin kung may naabala man kami, kung may nasaktan man po kami, kung meron man po kami naapakan ng mga paa. Sana tanggapin niyo aking buong pagpapakumbabang paghingi ng tawad at sisikapin po namin na gawin lahat po ng aming makakaya para hindi man mahigitan, mapantayan man lang namin ang nagawa at nakamit ng mga nagdaang tagapangulo ng Senado at ng bagong liderato ng Senado sa ngayon. Maraming salamat sa mga miyembro ng Senado at maraming salamat po sa mga miyembro ng staff na mas higit na trabaho ang ginagampanan at ginagawa sa mga miyembro ng Senado. Dahil pag-uwi natin ngayon, mas late pa sila uuwi, sigurado ko. Maraming salamat sa inyong lahat. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, before we adjourn, may I remind our esteemed colleagues that there is a standing Senate Resolution number 21, entitled Resolution Authorizing All Regular Standing Committees, Oversight Committees, and Special Committees of the Senate to conduct hearings, meetings, and consultations during every recess of the Senate to have continuity in the process of passing pending proposed legislation and to conduct investigations on issues of national interest to aid in crafting relevant legislation, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that the second regular session of the 19th Congress of the Philippines on the part of the Senate be adjourned sine die.
Is there any objection? Hearing none. The chair, the motion is hereby approved, and by virtue of the authority vested in me, I hereby declare the second regular session of the 19th Congress of the Philippines on the part of the Senate is adjourned sine die.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. President.